in presence, something new for many of us. And we are really, really glad and honored that Carlos III University welcomes us for this activity. Indeed, Carlos III University, under the leadership of Professor Fernando Bondia-Roman, has created one of the most dynamic master programs in intellectual property. It is therefore a major, major honor to be hosted in this very university with Professors Sarah Martin and Yolanda Bechel, who are our hosts as well, organizing everything here. I shall very briefly introduce the Vice Dean for Research, Professor Sarah Martin, who is a worldwide known scholar in the field of intellectual property, and Professor Bechel, who is a member of the council and the coordinator of the Master of Intellectual Property, and is a big specialist of private law and art law, something which is very important for all of us. We have a very, very special honor today to have with us, to inaugurate our session, the Secretary General of the University of Carlos III, Professor Vaquer is with us, Marcos Vaquer. He is Professor of Administrative Law, a field that has close connections, despite the appearances, with intellectual property. After all the rights that are granted by an IP office are rights that are admin rights to a certain extent, and there is a strong relation between admin law and intellectual property law. Therefore, it is a double honor to have him with us. He has also to run to another activity, so I wouldn't wish to delay the introduction, and I would wish to leave the floor right away to Professor Marco Vaquer. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Oops. On behalf of our rector, Professor Juan Romo, welcome to Madrid. Welcome to the University Carlos III de Madrid. Welcome on board. Ours is a young and small university that is becoming not so young and not so small. Nowadays, we already have more than 20,000 students at all, and we are already 30 years old, and many of these students, more or less 5,000 of them, are graduate students in their studies of master and PhD programs. And one of these masters is our Master in Intellectual Property, whose director is our colleague and friend, if that's possible, being colleague and friend in the university, Professor Fernando Bondia. But to give you an evidence of the commitment of University Carlos III de Madrid to intellectual property, just in order to give you an evidence, let me tell you that today, this evening, from 6 to 7:30 p.m., I will be teaching in the Master of Intellectual Property of this university on Friday at 7 p.m. Who else can say something like that? And I will be teaching about the amazing subject of the limits of intellectual property related to access to culture. For these reasons, we feel very proud to host this conference of the European Intellectual Property Teachers Network. Please, those of you who are visiting us, enjoy your time in Madrid, your short but I hope that nice time in Madrid with this soft autumn climate, and to all of you, have a nice conference. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning. My name is Yolanda Vergel. As Laurent said, I coordinate the international relations of the Master in Intellectual Property of Universidad Carlos III. And I want to give you the warmest welcome to our university in the name of the Private Law Department. I thank very much the director of our Private Law Department, who is here with us to welcome you as well, and in the name of the Master in Intellectual Property. Well, the Master of Intellectual Property is already on its 19th consecutive editions. So it has been taught for the last 19 years. And we have always focused on the internationalization, incorporating new teaching methods and techniques. And that's why we are so happy to be able to finally host this conference here today. It was planned for June 2020. We had to postpone that. We finally had an online conference in the fall 2020, but it was really different, and we wanted to have you all here face to face. So we hope that you enjoy your time in Madrid, as the Secretary General was saying. We hope you enjoy the conference, the social activities that we have prepared as well, and the wonderful weather that we're going to offer this weekend. This is an example of our compromise with the internationalization of the education and our studies, with the teaching not only Spanish law but also European and international law regarding to intellectual property. So thank you very much for being here. I hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you so much to those who are following online. We're going to miss you in the evenings, but we hope to be able to host you in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laurent. Thank you, Yolanda. Thank you, Marcos. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by welcoming all members of EIPTN and the rest of participants in this meeting. Thank you, because I know that some of you have traveled from afar. Of course, I extend my welcome to those who are following us online from different countries in Europe and beyond, such as colleagues from the United States. So a huge greeting to all of them from Madrid. Furthermore, on my own behalf and on behalf of University Carlos III de Madrid, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to EIPTN, and especially to its president, Laurent Mandelier, to our Master in Intellectual Property, and to all those who have made possible this event. Thank you for your determination and for your definitive interest in celebrating this meeting here in Madrid and in person. Last year, health reasons made it impossible, but I remember I promised we expected all you here in Madrid in 2021, and here we are. We made it, and it's wonderful, and it's wonderful as well, because it means that we are a little bit closer to getting back to this all normal life, to our normality, and all we miss it so much. For universities, the normality, and for faculty as well, has to do with exchange of ideas and to discussion. And there's no better discussion than the one we held in person. So now we are completely sure of that. In addition, thank you for choosing our university and allowing us to be your hosts. It's such an honor for us, and it's also a great pleasure. intellectual property is a social and economic momentum and result of knowledge. And as university, we are an important knowledge ecosystem actor. So thank you. And at last but not least, thank you very much, because this conference is one of the best examples we can give of core value for this university from its inception, a deep, determinate, and a permanent commitment to excellence in research and in teaching. So thank you. I'm not going to extend anymore. I'm convinced that we are going to enjoy very much with this interesting academic program, and well, as much or more the program of extra academic activities. So welcome again. Thank you very much. And I return the floor to Laurent. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, Sarah and Yolanda, for your words. This is really a very exceptional moment. And again, as mentioned, we are extremely grateful to the University Carlos III. This is the first time ever that a meeting is organized twice by the same university. One was online and one is in presence. But last year, thanks to Sarah and Yolanda, we had promised that we would do the real in-presence one here. We are starting in-presence activities and many colleagues could not travel. Some could, and we are so grateful to those who could come. And this is really a very exceptional moment for us. We want to thank also all those who have always supported us. EIPO, the EPO, and other international organizations that have been very active, and also other organizations that have joined supporting us very dynamically through their input, through their effective support, including in particular for IP Council for Europe, which is represented here. For IP Council takes care of research on intellectual property in Europe. And of course, teaching means researching before teaching. So that's why we are so proud to have partners who are also strongly involved in research. I am super happy that we have also board members who could not travel from the UK and are present with us now, in particular Professor Alison Firth, who is the founder of EIPTN long ago, and she's connected now from the United Kingdom. We have also colleagues from all over the world, and all the sessions will be streamed live. Only the evening events cannot be streamed live. So for us, it's a major pleasure to have you from all over the world with us. So we expect to be able to make an abrazo to each of you as soon as possible. I wouldn't wish to keep the floor longer. We have, for those participants who do not want to connect on EduRoam, we have a special delegate's ID and password so that you can connect from the room with your Wi-Fi. Of course, for those who are away, you are connecting through Blackboard and YouTube without any problem, thanks to the excellent facilities of Carlos III University. So at this very stage, I would also wish to congratulate all the student ambassadors who have accepted to be with us today and support the organization of the meeting, and support the organization of the meeting also before it happens, while it's happening, and after it has happened. They all come from the Master of Intellectual Property under the leadership of Professor Fernando Bondia, and we are extremely happy and honored of their support, and since they are senior students, of their involvement in the intellectual property and for the intellectual property family. At this very stage, it is not to the EIPTN committee to keep, or to the chair to keep the floor. and I will wish to break for 1 minute so that we move to the first session, but not before thanking in particular Professor Alba for being with us on behalf of the Department of Private Law of Carlos III University, and also a greeting for them. Thanks to all of you for being with us, and in particular for those who could make the trip, and also for those who could not. But I know that it's hard to travel these days. It's full of complications, so really thank you for the effort. And also for those who could not, we wait for you next year as well. So the session, the inauguration is finished, and we move to the first session under the leadership of Professor Adoración Pérez-Troya from the University of Alcalá and also from the University of Barcelona, who will be the chair of the session. We have an exceptional keynote speaker, Professor José Miguel Tapia, with us, a discussant within Munich, and we'll make it from Max Planck Institute in Munich, Professor Maria Mercedes Curtopolo from University of Salamanca and UNED. So we will have a hybrid session, which will be a tough job for the chair of the session, Professor Pérez-Troya. So the session is now, the first session will start.
Sobre todo la pantalla para que ves para que ves las que son a distancia. Entonces, en un segundito, Yolanda te va a abrir el link para que tú puedas gestionar los que son a distancia y sobre todo entonces, cuando tienes que usar, hablamos sin mascarilla, ¿no? Lo celebro. Without mask.
Después,
Para que nos separamos un poco, venga. Nos separamos, pero vamos, es que es más cómodo hablar sin mascarilla. Sí. El año pasado tú dando clase, imagino.
Okay.
Hola.
Pues entonces, ¿podemos empezar? Oye.
Fernanda, está todo relativo. No hay nadie sin fotografía, ¿no?
Let's go to start.
Mercedes, do you see the whole room?
We don't hear you. Okay,
Okay,
Mercedes.
fantastic.
Okay, fantastic.
Now you can hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. I can see all of you. Thank you very much.
So, welcome to the first session of this EIPTN conference. The aim of this session is to offer, yes, thank you, Lauren. The aim of this session is to offer a host country's landscape, as the program indicates, with a particular title of IP Teaching in Europe and in the World, from Spanish traditions to Spanish innovations. The two professors in charge of the session could not be better to illustrate us about the subject. As a speaker, we have with us José Miguel Rodríguez Tapia. He is professor of civil law at the University of Malaga. He is a reference in the field of copyright law. He was what we called in Spanish a maestro. He is author of several books and articles. Among other works of reference, he is editor of a prestigious commentary on the Copyright Spanish Act. His works has influenced the modernization of copyright laws. And beyond his academic field, his opinions and views about the Spanish university system and higher education in general are relevant and respected. Thank you very much. As a discussion, we have with us Mercedes Curto Polo on the screen. Currently, she is professor of commercial law at the Madrid22-23 Nacional de Educación a Distancia. She has held a chair before at the University of Salamanca, and she has been visiting professor in several universities in Europe and in the world. And she has been researcher in prestigious centers such as Max Planck Institute, where she is now at this moment. She is member of the advisory committee of the European Patent Academy. She is a leading academic in the field of intellectual property rights with well-known works on trademarks and patents. She is an active member of the EIPTN and she has participated as a speaker in a previous events. Thank you very much to both of you for being here today with us in this conference. And the floor is yours, Professor José Miguel.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised by this kind and hyperbolic presentation. The words maestro and me, there was respected opinion about university and me are incompatible, but if you say so. Puisque nous devons parler en anglais, let me, Professor Mandorier, saluer en Dobry Jutra, good morning, Egunon, bon dia, Professor, bon dia, bon dia, bon dia. Sabah al-Kayar, Kalimera, por si hay alguien de Grecia, Kalimera, Guten Tag. Buongiorno, 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 bonjour, bonjour, professeur. Et fin de la présentation, nous continuons en anglais. After Brexit, it's the new measure of time. Years ago, decades ago, centuries ago, we say year 110 before Christ and after Christ. Now is before Brexit or after Brexit. For Europeans, it's very important, very tragic, and we will remember that words, BB and AB, and we some say BBB and ABB. That means I can say the word bloody. After bloody Brexit and before bloody Brexit, BBB, ABB. Excuse me, Alison Firth, if these words are inconvenient for you. But for me, Brexit is a tragedy. Okay, let introduce myself. I have been teaching for the 30-something last years civil law and copyright law. Thanks to Professor Bondia and thanks to Sarah Martin, I have been able to give some classes and lessons on civil law in Carlos III, before in Autónoma de Madrid, and in the last 20 years in University of Malaga. And I'm sorry, because I take the words of Marcos Baquer, it's no longer. There are welcome on board. If you don't bear my words and my talk, there are 2 emergencies exits. You can abandon the room. Okay. Le professeur Manderieu, nous avons parlé sur cette talk. I said to Professor Mandelieu, I only can give a personal view about the subject, from tradition to modernity. I can speak my point of view of the last 34, 37, 38 years and copyright in Spain and somehow in Europe. You have a scheme, an index of my. I try to explain, and because I talk very much, I am going to read my 6 pages because it's more convenient. I want to make an homage because that could be my last lesson in university. I am going to retire in a few weeks. And I want to make an homage to musicians, to Johann Sebastian Bach, also Johann Sebastian Mastropiero, the Le Luthier in Argentina, and Mozart. And I make a structura, and the structure was theme and variations by Mozart, and a part of Suite Française by Johann Sebastian Bach. Therefore, there is a sarabande, 2 gavottes, et la G pour cumplir la Suite Française. The theme today is Spanish tradition, Spanish innovation, Spanish modernity. According to an old saying of a conservative Spanish author, very connected with Prado Museum, I say the words in Spanish, lo que no es tradición es plagio, which means in art and in literature, what is not tradition is very likely plagiarism. Therefore, in this talk, like in all my classes, I will probably either follow the tradition or be a plagiarist. In fact, I have been saying things and ideas that my students know or have already heard, although sometimes they didn't know they knew them. Today I'm going to say again things belonging to tradition, and I'm going to unconsciously commit plagiarism. I apologize in advance. But I should say, and I should add, that beside tradition or plagiarism, there are quotes and there are also paraphrasing of other works, some of them very famous works. Variation number 1. The traditional approach to IP in law schools and faculties, and precisely in Spanish law schools and faculties. In the 80s and the early 90s of the 20th century, those who studied copyright and patents law, we who studied IP in a broad sense, found the subject mostly by chance. The rule was neither copyrights nor patents or patents. I've heard patents or patents. I've heard both ways to say that. Alison Firth can correct me, were usually explained and studied by thousands of law students, generation after generation. The only exception, in some faculties, some teachers taught 2 hours in 5 years. As a matter of fact, while some colleagues of commercial law used to spend some hours explaining patents and trademarks, especially in Santiago de Compostela and Alcalá, many colleagues in civil law, many in property law, devoted a single hour in 5 years to copyright. Please let me focus on copyright, my real subject, and leave patents and trademarks to my colleagues in the panel. Adoración and Mercedes. Until the 80s of the last century, in Spain, we have one and only one public television, like most countries in Europe. We have a centennial law going back to 1879, and a few cases, and a very, very few cases discussed before the Supreme Court. No more than 10 rulings in a century. In the late 80s and the last decade of the century, Spain entered the European Union, EEC at that time. In 1978, Congress passed a new and modern copyright law praised by IP authors across Europe. That law broke a meaningful monopoly, since the Spanish Author Society was no longer the only dancer in the ballroom. Months later, Spanish law ended the public monopoly of the TV stations, thereafter shared with private broadcasters, both free and pay TV. At that time, 80s, the last century, Spaniards who wanted to study copyright had to take the plane for a seminar or a scholarship in Paris, in Munich, München, or in London. Variation number 2, the second construction of Europe and internal market. When Spain and Portugal entered the EEC in 1986, the European institutions gave a new impetus to the ruling of and regulate of all subjects related to IP. The Green Book on Copyright by the European Commission was accompanied by several directives on copyright, as well as regulations on patents and trademarks. As everybody knows, in this room and abroad, online, copyright directives on software, lending and related rights, term of protection, cable and satellite TV, followed several years later by the Directive on Databases, by the Directive on the Internet, also known as Information Society Directive, InfoSoc also, at the very verge of the 21st century, to be followed by a droit de suite, collective management, and a digital market directives in the last decades. Secondly, there was an ever-growing discussion of cases before the Luxembourg Court, as well as the national level, with a bigger and bigger number of cases before the courts throughout Spain, and more rulings and therefore there were more rulings in the last years by the Supreme Court than in previous century. An overwhelming European legislation, the ever-changing Spanish legislation about the Internet or European reasons, and countless rulings on copyright have carpet-bombing tradition. The Spanish courts themselves were seeing plenty of copyright lawsuits, and many of them were addressing the European Court. Many Spaniards began to study copyright also in Spain, not only in Paris, Munich, and London. Not only backpackers in Europe, but Spaniards who wanted to study and teach copyright had to call Brussels every week, had to read the official journal, Journal Officiel of the EU every day, and wonder about the meaning of life and the job at least once a month. In my case, surely. Variation number 3. Techno-revolution, digital environment. Excuse me, because there is a mistake. It's an N is gone, environment. An N between O and M. I make a draft with my pen. It was very dirty, and I discarded this. Environment, digital environment, and droit d'auteur. Then, at the end of the century, came the revolution. I must confess, had we known when we began to study such a revolution was to come so soon, many of us would have studied engineering or even better, Beaux-Arts. I'm sorry to say that. On this point, as the deepest point of my lecture today, Tiefpunkt, as Germans say, I won't spend more time than a couple of minutes, if not less, saying and remembering what everybody in this kind of audience knows better and before than me. The impact of internet in our society and lives was such that everything changed forever and with no possible return. The access of public to information, misinformation, or fakes around the world, the exchange of data, sound and audiovisual files through the web and the mobile phones. As teachers and students on copyright, we read the pioneer Scottish case about the Shetland Times. That is for Alison. Shetland Times. The American cases about the peer-to-peer exchanges, Napster, Grokster, Nintendo, and company. In Europe, we study and sometimes explain, very deep, Sarah Martin, the cases about linking and public performance from Svensson to Bill Kunst, and to be continued. If the social networks put the farthest nearby and the nearest far away, I don't know. It was said before me and by many people. You surely know about that. You surely know about that. Better than me, the impact of digital environment on copyright doesn't need my explanation, and you deserve a better speaker about that. The fact is that many people think and believe that anything you can physically do with these digital devices, phones, and the network within the market should be possible, should be legal. Therefore, they neither understand nor accept less than ever what is the copyright, what the copyright is. Variation number 4. There are two emergency exits. I want you to try for the second time. I think it means here, I miss a question tag, no? A question mark. An impossible task or something unconscious moves me to eliminate and erase the question tag. An impossible task, legislation and ruling on ever-changing forms of exploitation. There has been, in the last 20 years, and I'm afraid there will be in the next years too, a tsunami, I beg your pardon, a tsunami of new legislation by the European and Spanish Parliament. For example, in Spain, some partial amendments take more gigabytes, se dice gigabytes? Some partial amendments take more gigabytes than the whole original and amended law. They are what they could be called copy and paste legislation. In any case, a sort of never-ending cat and dog chase. These continuous reforms and amendments deserve and justify a fermata, a loud silence, 1-2 seconds minimum. Professeur Manderieu, vous permettez un seconde de silence? Fermata. Let's think and be brave. It's really worth it. In this Sisyphus job, worth it? Carrying the heavy stone of regulating while climbing the mountain of novelties and new and obsolete to be new forms of digital exploitation of protected works and performances? And in a glimpse, because of a new case, suddenly all the job is down, collapsed, senseless. The stone is down the valley, if not destroyed. Thousands and thousands of hours erased. Thus, it's useless trying to regulate. Following and paraphrasing the clever Belgian, and I don't mean Poirot, and I don't mean Hergé, in the dark of the night, when the parliament sleep, many national copyright law, many European directives say and in silence pray to Europe and the member states, ne me réformez pas, ne me réformez pas. Laisse-moi become adult, laisse-moi faire mon boulot, laisse-moi tomber. Au moins 10 years, ne me réformez pas, ne me réformez pas. Sarabande. Variations are over. Be patient or leave the room. Sarabande. Risks and challenges. Very shortly, very brief, in a few words. Which are the main risks of studying or treating and teaching copyright today? First of all, in my opinion, falling into the temptation that all is copyrightable. If all were copyrightable, copyright will have sense no longer, in my opinion. But we have met in the last decades many cases of pretended copyright things, copyright subjects. Oh, they know more and better than me. Second main risk for my opinion, the high risk of confusion and melting both systems, the copyright and the droit d'auteur. Third risk, the temptation of thinking moral rights have no importance. We can explain in the debate the car accident and the witnesses. ¿Lo hago ahora? Explain? ¿Sí? Let's explain. When I was young, younger than now, when it was a car accident, people stopped and someone stopped to help the accident. Now it's only to make photos of the accident with his mobile phones. Moral rights have no importance. I said brief and brief. Which are, in my opinion, the challenges for a copyright scholar? First challenge, explaining the coexistence and coordination of global, regional, and national copyright systems. Secondly, separating as a surgeon the cases under copyright rules from the cases under droit d'auteur. And third, but not least, and even not last, but third, for example, in this talk today, explaining to the students, to the lawmakers and users, the coexistence and compatibility of author rights and related rights on the same physical object or act of distribution or public performance. There is also an explanation and the homemade explanation, like the hot water. If you want hot water for your home, you must contract the company of the water, the company of electricity, the company of gas supplies. There are author rights, and you get finally hot water because one contract is not enough. I'm sorry. Very, very rough explanation. Very homemade explanation. We are in the gavotte. We are finishing. Gavotte is a movement très léger and usually très rapide. Très rapide. Why did we study in the 80s and 90s? I should say by chance, by meeting a scholar or a teacher that wants to study that by Bon Dia, or Bon Dia, Professor Bon Dia, by chance or mere curiosity about the ugly duckling in our law studies. Copyright, what's that? Patents, what's that? Trademark, what's that? And the curiosity moved many people to study in the 80s. Gavotte number 2. Why do we study and teach now copyright? I should say, and I am older and getting older and older in a few weeks, ¿cómo se dice? Retirado? Retired, no? Retired. Why do we study this now? By curiosity, to pay the bills, and the last edition of the copyright handbook, because I don't understand copyright no longer. And I finished. La giga de jig es ya la culminación, es the ending, es sublime. Bueno, conclusions and remarks of this boring talk the last 20, 30 minutes. I'm very sorry if I'm late. I've said at the beginning of my talk, tradition, plagiarism, but there are also quotations and arrangement and paraphrasing. Now, these are my 4 conclusions, and I can say and say everybody, and everybody knows in that room the source of this. There's no business like law business. Arranged from Irving Berlin's Any Get Jogan. Law business is unique. It's, the suppliers of law business is no responsible anymore. You can receive bad law, bad advice, you can get a defective good. You don't respond. Your law is destroying in 2 days, in 3 days, and law business is really a mystery for me, 40 years after. I'm sorry if somebody is offended by this remark. I am waiting for the debate and the criticism. Second conclusion, after these 20 or 30 years of Spanish and European Parliament, hell hath no fury like a parliament passing copyright law. The Morning Bride of 1697 was a very famous novel in the 17th century, but the fury of Parliament passing copyright law has no comparison on the world. I'm sorry. Third conclusion, I have a doubt. It's not, or that's not, the model of a modern copyright on digital. I think there's not enough, is not the proper model of legislate. There are no patients in the world, there are no patients in the parliaments. I think many codes, many laws, many acts that lasted 30, 40 years were more useful than this directive, a reform of directive, amendment, Spanish law, reform, partial reform. I think there's a lack of patience, also, not only in the world, but also in the parliaments. And excuse-moi, Laurent, excuse-moi, professeur, excuse-moi, les franco-parlants, when a teacher or a student are reading the new copyright law, has the temptation to say what Georges Brassens sang many years ago. I don't say the word, but peu de loi, pauvre de moi. I'm sorry because it was boring, it was long, and it was only my personal and last point of view, because I'm going to water my Uranus, bake with my apple pies, and don't say a word more. Okay? Okay. So.
Thank you very much, Professor José Miguel Rodríguez. Let's go to hear Mercedes, yes, and later on we go on the debate, because I think there are much to debate. Yes. Mercedes.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Perfectly.
Okay. And can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the EIPTN for the invitation to take part in this roundtable. And also, well, Laurent Manderieu, of course, because he's the real chair of this association of network of teachers in IP. I would like also to thank the Dori for her words of when she introduced me, and also Professor Jose Miguel, because I think we are, well, I'm not so young, of course, but people like him or other professors who started the study of IP in Spain really opened the path for all of us, because as he said, IP was a little part of law, and not in all universities were some professors who were able to start this route. So thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. Well, after his overview of IP law in Spain and the evolution, not only in Spain, but also in Europe, I would like to focus more in the IP at the Spanish University, because I think, well, there are many problems because the legislation is changing constantly. And it's so, as Professor Rodriguez Tapia has explained before, but I would like to concentrate now in the problems that we face when we have to teach or we have to cope with IP at the university or another public research institutions. So I'm going to focus in 3 points. Just I would like to present briefly these points. Maybe afterwards we can talk more deeply about them. But I would like to focus in 3 topics. One of them is teaching IP nowadays in this at this moment at the Spanish universities. The other I would like to deal with is the research and protections of results or research results achieved at the university. And the last one would be the transfer of knowledge from the university or another other public research centers to the society, which is meant to be the third mission of the university. Starting with the teaching, the IP teaching at the Spanish university, we can see that the Bologna process opens a great opportunity to introduce the teaching of IP. I wouldn't say IP law. I would come with this later, even if it's a part of law, or at least I understand like that. When I teach to science degrees, it's very difficult to say IP law, because then you face the reaction against this part of the curriculum. That's why I when I teach, for instance, patents at the biotechnology degree, I wouldn't say IP law or patent law. I would say only patents, but it's just terminology. At the end of the day, we teach about IP law. Well, the thing is, the Bologna process opened the opportunity to introduce this IP teaching in many degrees that before were not used to talk about these topics. I have to say that they are mainly now, not only the IP courses are not only in the law faculties, which is the usual thing, but also in the sciences degrees. But in the business studies in Spain, it is not so common. I know that in other countries, there are a lot of courses or courses about IP management in business studies are more common, not in Spain, but I think it's coming. At least not in Spain at the bachelor degree, because I'm sure that at the master level there are some topics or some courses about IP management, but mainly at this moment in the bachelor level, we have IP courses in law faculties and in sciences degrees like engineering or biotechnology, which is normal. If we think about the COVID-19 and the speed at which we have the vaccine against this disease, we have to think about the innovation, and when we think about innovation, we have to, normally we go into the patent law. We have this innovation because firms can see that their efforts in order to get this vaccine are going to be reimbursed through patent of course, during a limited duration, but they are going to have this monopoly to some extent. So in the sciences degree, I think it's more common nowadays that we have these IP courses, but in the businesses studies is not so frequent. Also, I have to say that we distinguish at the law faculties between copyrights and trademark, patent, or design rights. And the best example is this table. If we see the curriculum of Professor Rodriguez Tapia, he is mainly devoted to copyright law, who is normally an area for civil law. On the contrary, the patents, designs, trademark law are mainly taught by the commercial law department professors, like Dori or like me, because normally we have seen this industrial property like more firm-oriented or enterprise-oriented. Nowadays we can discuss about this distinction, but it's quite traditional at the Spanish university that copyright is more in the area of civil law, because our civil code qualifies this intellectual property or copyright like a special kind of property, and industrial property is more an area for the commercial law department. And we can see this difference even nowadays. Okay, that's regarding the IP teaching. I would like also to have a general overview about the research protection, or the protection of the research results at the Spanish university. And I would say that here we have a lot of things to do in the future, because there is the legislation regarding who owns the research results at the university is not clear. It's also very dispersed. There are many acts regarding these questions, and not all of them are specifically devoted to university or to innovation or research at the university. For instance, we have an important article in the Sustainable Economic Act of 2011, which this act was devoted to many things, and one of these articles is devoted to the ownership of the research results at the university. According to this article, the main idea is that these research results belong to the university which has employed this professor or the researcher. This is quite understandable in the area of patents or designs, but it's not so clear in the area of copyrights, because there is a premise in the copyright law that, as you of course know better than me, that the work belongs to the author, not to the enterprise. No, so there is a contradiction in this in the area of copyright. So it's not clear that all of the research, of our publications, of our materials, teaching materials, belong to the university and not to the author, to the professor, or to the researchers. We have here some debate about the ownership of these copyrighted copyrighted works, which is a debate in Spain. And also we don't have intellectual property offices at the university, so it's quite difficult to manage of all of these publications, even if we can accept that they belong to the university, because they are not person qualified or people qualified to manage all these copyrighted works. Of course, we have TTOs, but they are more devoted to the transfer of knowledge, mainly in the way of patents. And that's my third point. The third point I would like to talk about is the transfer of knowledge from the university to the society, which is meant to be the third mission of the university with the teaching and the research. Also here, I think we have to take a step further, because there are many things to do. Again, it's important to distinguish between industrial property and copyright. Regarding industrial property and mainly patents, we have, as I said, the TTOs, which are in charge of this task when a professor has an invention which can be patented, then he has the obligation, of course, to communicate this fact to the university, which can apply for a patent. And this is the role of the TTOs, to advise the professor or the researcher in order to protect the research results. But still, I think there are some universities in which these TTOs have a lot of work to do in order to make this or to convey the proper information to the researchers, because sometimes they are a little bit lost in this area. They don't know exactly how to protect the results. Sometimes they publish the results, therefore they cannot be patented because the novelty is destroyed. So I think TTOs have a lot of work to do in order to convey this information to the researchers. And we have, the problem of the curriculum patents. Many researchers patent the innovations, patent the works because it's important for the curriculum, it's important for the promotion, but at the end of the day, they are not going to be exploited. And the Spanish Patent Act of 2015 tried to deal with this problem by imposing only a reduction of the fees in order to patent an invention. Before, the universities had to pay no fees, so they were for free, in order to patent their innovations. Now they have to pay at least the half of the fees, but if they prove that the invention is exploited, then they come the reimbursement of this 50% of the fees. That has meant that the patents at the university have decreased enormously. So in 2015, we had like 563 patents at the university, in new patents applications, and in 2019 only 355. Also, we have some work to do in order to favor the creation of spin-offs at the universities, because it's not easy at all to create, mainly because of the incompatibilities between the teaching and research tax and the creation of a film, a spin-off. So we have to improve the regulation in this regard. And regarding the copyrighted works, not the patented works that are more or less, the problems are more or less solved because of the creation of the TTOs. Regarding the copyrighted works and the dissemination and the publication of these research results that have been achieved at the university, nowadays we have a debate regarding the open access publications. Because, well, in Spain, in order to get a promotion as professors, we have to comply with some requirements, and one of these is that we have had to publish in a very high-ranking publications. And some of them are open access. And open access, as you know, there are two routes, the green route or the gold route. If we want to publish in the gold route, so directly in open access, normally we have to pay. And some publications in open access have seen that this niche in Spanish environment, university environment, and therefore there are so many open access journals who offer the opportunity to publish immediately to the professors who have to pay for it, and they are supposed to be in the high ranking in Scopus, in the GCR, and at the end of the day they are not. Or maybe if they are transitional in these rankings because they are not blinded review, they are not peer review, so the quality of these journals is not really high. And that's why we have an open debate nowadays in order to rank the publication, in order to go more into the quality of the publications and not on the ranking of the journals because they are not really, sometimes it's not really. Yeah, and that's why we are really discussing this problem at the university. Also, we have. Well, so we will see how it ends, but it's special problem because of this need of publications at the Spanish university in order to get a promotion. ANECA, which is our quality assurance agency, has published in the last month some guidelines in order to present the new policy regarding the publication, but still there is a lot of uncertainty about this problem, so we will see at the end how it ends. And that's what I wanted to say this morning, but I am open to the debate. If you have any questions, for sure, I am here. Thank you very much. Well, there is a microphone open, and I can see. I can hear some people. I don't know if you hear as well.
That's okay. Isabel, please switch off your microphone.
Well, I think now, yes, it's okay. Isabel, please, can you mute your microphone? Because, yes. Okay, maybe now it's okay. Thank you very much to the presenter and the discussion. We have many open questions. Yes, as you explained. We have some minutes for the debate. Yes, we have here a question.
Thank you. Hear me? Hello? Thank you very much for the interesting presentations. I have a question for Professor Puto. You were talking about incompatibilities between those researchers and those implementing and difficulties to establish an spin-off. Could you please elaborate on this? Thank you.
Well, yeah, in order to establish an spin-off, a professor has to say of if he or she is going to participate partially in this spin-off, or is going to be full devoted to the spin-off. And according to Spanish legislation, he or she cannot be the manager of this spin-off. And that is a problem for researchers, because if you have made a lot of effort in order to have an innovation which is patented at the end of the day, you want to control, at least at the beginning, this implementation through your because at the end is your firm, and you can be a share, you can have shares of this spin-off, but you cannot manage, you cannot be the director. And I think that's a problem in order to build a spin-off. And also, I think there are some doubts at the university. So, according to my experience, the university don't make it easy to the researchers to establish an spin-off. So there is a lot of bureaucracy.
Excuse me. Yes, I think it's Isabel.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. I don't have here. Esto es el problema. Yes. Okay. Maybe Mercedes, you can go on. I think.
No. I have finished. That's what I wanted to say, because I think there is a lot of doubts at the university. Maybe we have to convey more information to the managers of the university in order to make easier all these steps in order to create this thing. Thank you.
So now it's technical problem. I may have a question. Perhaps I use this microphone.
Okay.
So that sides. I have a first of all, thank you to both speakers. We always have at each EIPTN session the tradition of having one of the professors who paved the way for the teaching of intellectual property, and that's why we are so happy that José Miguel was free to be with us. And on Mercedes Courtopoulos' comments, I think there is a major problem that is beyond the Spanish problem on ownership of research results and on the relation between the author and inventor and basically what we now cheaply call the marketplace. So as such, I think that the Spanish question is an internal question, but is above all a European question. We have actually seen the disorder that has happened with the vaccine issues as well, where public funding has been used for private interests. So we have seen that clearly enough in the European Union and in the EPO countries, to be broader, there is a major lack of harmonization. So I think we should be grateful to Mercedes for having pointed out this very complex point, and Spain is probably halfway within the European family in this respect. So in having the same problems as many other countries do have. That's just a comment rather than a question. Mercedes, perhaps I would have a question for you. What regime would you see as better for improving the issue of what we in Spain call OVT, of relation between professors and technology transfer offices?
What regime? Well, it's difficult to see, but maybe when I was in Exeter, I had the impression that in the English university they have more tradition, and they have more tradition in order to create these intellectual property offices, which are broader than at TTO. They have this whole, maybe also we have here many British colleagues, so maybe they can explain. But for me, it was really impressive that they really have this culture of IP law at the universities, how to help professors in order to disseminate, in order to transfer at the end of the day the knowledge they create to the society. So for me, maybe this was the better, so far, as I have experienced, the better system in order to this culture, this environment at the universities, in order to protect and to exploit the research results.
Thank you, Mercedes. I think you, yes. Another question? Do we have another question? Maybe it would be the last question in order to keep the time of the program. Maybe you can come here. Yes. So, yes.
Okay, I think, yeah, okay, it works. So I have a question for Professor Rodriguez Tapia. Yeah, what's your opinion about the overwhelming activity of European Court of Justice in the last years about the Exacto. Yes.
Sí, sí, había terminado.
Pero no delante de todos.
¿Has cortado ya la conexión? Es que, aunque quizás... ¿La has cortado, verdad? No, no, no. It's okay. Ya está, ¿qué? ¿La has apagado? Vale, lo mejor, estupendo, gracias, Isabel.
Yes. Okay, I repeat my question. What's your opinion about the overwhelming activity of the European Court of Justice about digital cases? Okay. Can I do it? Okay. So, what's your opinion about the overwhelming activity of European Court of Justice about copyright cases in digital environment in the last year? Do you think we are heading to a system, to a case law system or not? Or what do you think will be the play that of artificial intelligence in the future of copyright? Briefly, so your opinion.
My opinion about AI?
No, okay. Up to you.
No. If I understood good, well, your question, my point of view of European, I am a very convinced European, and I think we know more Europe and more presence of European institutions in our throughout the continent. But all is not to go to the courts. We need to make an effort to increase the culture of bargaining, negotiation. That could not be everything goes to court. And the composition, and I don't want to offend anybody here in this room or abroad this room, the composition of the courts is censored by the also authority. I have the impression that many magistrates landed for the first time in his life on copyright subjects and wants to be or make or draft a pioneer case in its occasion. The swindling and the diverting doctrine of Luxembourg court about public performance is for me very illustrative, because there are once I say hello, you say goodbye. I say tomato, you say tomato, potato, potato, and I don't know a word about the doctrine of European courts. I'm sorry. That's why I cannot answer your kind question, Sarah. Because no, you're after the break and the disrupting sounds, I can understand that you say, are we going European to a case law?
Something like tailor-made cases, tailor-made.
No, I get your question, but we don't have a case law we have an institute law, and we have a droit d'auteur law, and we have, of course, a very important role of the European courts and the national courts. But one of the mission of the courts is to bring everybody certainty, and not the contrary. When Luxembourg, I don't have any against Luxembourg. When the European court says no, yes, maybe, no, yes, maybe, a public performance is if it's paying, if it's not, if it's linking, if it's not, the nine, well, as say in the USA, the nine of Luxembourg bring us no certainty at all. Case law, in my opinion, not. But certitude by the courts, the Spanish, the Italian, the French, the Swedish, the German courts, and occasionally the European courts by applying the directives and the national laws. Sorry. It reminds me to the UEFA and the football rules and the use of VAR, no? Or ¿cómo se llama? El VAR, el video assistant, the same rules and same criteria. Sorry, it was not an answer. It was divagation, but well.
No, it's okay. Thank you very much, yes, for your comments. I think it's time to close this session. We are late on time, but we make, I assume, a short break, coffee break, and thank you very much to Mercedes and José Miguel.
Mercedes.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice time in Madrid. Yes, for sure. Ciao.
Mercedes, ciao, ciao. Yes, yes. Alles Gute.
Online, we send you coffee online, and we resume again the session in 20 minutes time in this very room.
Manager Academia at the EPO, and Javier Guillem, who is IP specialist at the EIPTN Academy. So I will leave the floor firstly to Giovanna Odo, and then to Javier Guillem, and at the end of the two presentations, of course, we will have a discussion. So, Mrs. Giovanna Odo, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you also for considering again a session on EPO resources and services that we offer to universities in cooperation with the EIPTN. This is a great pleasure for me to be again here. I'm following EIPTN, I would say, since the beginning. So it's for me always a great honor to be invited and to contribute. And I'm very unfortunate that I cannot be with you in Madrid. I have to tell you the truth. This is my first hybrid meeting that I'm doing, and I'm trying my best, but it looks like that this software is really awesome. So I hope that it will be as good as I would be in the room sitting with you and in front of you. So I'm realizing that we have half an hour less now on the program. So apology for skipping maybe some details in my presentation, but I think that it's better to focus on certain products and services that we offer, where I would like to cooperate with you all, instead of really going into the nitty-gritty of each individual service and product. And and I would really very much also hear your comments on what we offer, mainly also in 2022. So let me get started, because yes, so basically I have prepared an overview. You will have the presentation afterwards, so you will have everything. I have done this also last year, and it was greatly appreciated that you had also the links. I hope this year it will be the same. For those of you, I realized that there are new faces and also new names on the participants list. I wish I could have met them now in person, but I don't see them. Hello. And I would like to present to you also in a nutshell the European Patent Academy, for those of you who have no notion of it. So it is in a department within the European Patent Office, with the mandate of coordinating all external training of the EPO. We were created in 2004. We see currently a big revamp and expansion of the European Patent Academy. Our mission is still to promote innovation by supporting education and training in patent-related IP matters of the European patent system, obviously. So we cover various training areas for several audiences. For example, the patent granting area, which targets mainly patent attorneys and National Patent Office staff. We also cover the area of technology transfer and dissemination of knowledge, which is mainly covering the audience of you, academia, and your students and researchers, and also businesses and industries. And also the patent litigation and enforcement, which is mainly also concerned with judiciary. We have now a new blueprint of the Academy. I will not go into detail here, but our main focus is to expand our digitalization offer, also to become more modular, which you will see now in my presentation, and expand also our cooperation. In this presentation, I will basically focus on universities. And cooperation means for us also being able to co-label with certain universities on certain programs that you offer. And also we want to expand our certification offer. So the Academy in training numbers for 2020, you know that we were mainly online, like all of us, I guess, and I can't present now figures for 2021. The completed figures are for 2020. So we enabled 1,800 hours of patent training, 1,245 of this in the area of patent granting, 440 in the area of technology transfer and dissemination, 120 in the area of patent litigation and enforcement. So here you see also a little bit of the focus or the main request we have of our training. The big chunk of work we do is also obviously for patent attorneys and National Patent Office, though our largest audience is academia, the one I'm heading. So in total, there were enrolled participants for our training that amounted to 20,000. So here you can see also figures, which is in a way also obvious that we have an increase, but we didn't expect such an increase in our user registration numbers for 2020. So we have a 2.6 factor of more users respectively to 2019. Which is for us really enormous. So, I mean, we switched from, like you also, from one day to another to online training, and this is basically the result now. And so also we have lots of visits, and so in 2020, we have had an increase of 42.8% of our visits on our website in our e-learning platform. So now I would like to present you briefly our portfolio that we offer to universities in terms of products and services. So those of you who are intensively cooperating with us know what kind of support, what kind of products we have, but those of you who are not familiar to, here you have an overview of what we have on offer. So we have online courses in our e-center. We are developing a modular IP education framework, which I will present. We have also lots of possibility with EPO experts to offer you tutored sessions. We offer a variety of study visits that we have also reshaped. We have come up with an advanced IP lecture series that I will present. And we have also IP education materials and tools. Here also, if you are interested in other audiences like business and industry or judiciary, because I know that some of you are also law professor, please get back to me or just contact me, and I will share with you all the material that we have produced for this audience that may be also relevant for you in your master program. But I'm not in charge of this, and it's a little bit difficult for me in 20 minutes to present almost the whole of the office offer that we have. And the services that we offer go always towards supporting you in IP awareness initiatives, in education activities, but also we have a strong interest now to support also the next generation of IP lecturers. We see here a big lack of IP lecturers in universities. So here again, maybe we can have at some point an extra session on how we could really get more IP lecturers on board. I think that EIPTN has also would also welcome this initiative to expand their network in this direction. And sometimes we are also asked to advise on how to develop certain modules on patents or IP. In IP, we often cooperate with the EIPO here. So here are the online courses I have listed that are mainly for students and researchers. I have only listed the ones that are the most popular ones. So if you have the time and you want to see what we have currently as short self-paced courses on offer on our leaders, I would like to invite you to really visit these courses or consult this course and visit our e-center. So we have also come up with learning passes in the academy, which is very helpful. So you can see here that, for example, here we have created one for the value of patent documentation, and the students that visit our e-center in this learning pass are guided through a big learning track. We have received lots of good feedback for this learning path, and they are very popular. Here, I would like to present a course that is really very sophisticated, that can be done very easily on a self-paced basis. And this is more also for researchers and not for maybe students on undergrad level. So now I would like to present to you, I call it our monster project that I'm coordinating. And this goes back to the blueprint that we want to increase our modularity, and but also our cooperation with universities. I have called this modular IPTO education framework basically from lab to market, because we have had many IPR workshops on site for the last 5 to 7 years, and we will always come back to this kind of format. And what I've done here is, out of our experience, what is really liked very much by students and researchers in universities in various faculties, I have splitted all the program into modules, and this is what came out. So I have created 10 modules. 5 of them are on a basic level, 5 of them on advanced level. You will see it on my next slide. And this module are supposed to be taken either as self-paced courses or individually, but they can also be integrated as assignment by you, professor, IP lecturer, in your curricula. And ideally, what we aim at is that universities convince their PhD schools, graduate school, to integrate these modules as an offer and to release 3 ECTS credits. And with the Bologna process, I understand that it could be possible that there is one single university in Europe who stands for this program and offers it to all universities in Europe and releases 3 ECTS credits. And then these credits are recognized in each university. So I would like to discuss this a little bit further, if time allows, with you, what you think are the options of co-labeling. We would like to start next year a pilot. So module 1 and module 2 are ready for December. The next modules are ready for, I guess, March. And then the next part, which I called the advanced level, is going to be ready by summer, I hope. But we have to see. There are many experts and many departments involved, so I hope that it will be feasible. And all what you see here, the content can be always offered in an on-site course that is basically a 2-day course. Yeah, so if we go back at some point, we at the EPO, we are still just like only working remotely. So we have also a travel ban, and if at some point it is possible to offer again on-site training, ideally it would be that maybe students would do the first part, the beginner's level, and the advanced level we could also offer on-site. But we would like to achieve this credit system. But here we need cooperation with universities, because we as academy, we cannot release ECTS that are recognized by universities. We came up with the ECTS credits because we have seen that there is a lack of incentive sometimes to students. And I know, for example, from graduate school, from research schools, that that students have on offer certain topics, certain activities, and then, I don't know, they have to gather 150 credits, or so maybe this could be a way of integrating here this 3 ECTS and all these modules. So the first part will result into 75. For example, one of the most important one is the patent essentials one. This will have 20 hours. Yeah, 20 hours. And so we are releasing very soon the prototype, and hopefully, yeah. And if you are interested, you can also be trying out these modules. In December, we will organize a short test session with you And if you bring your students along, I mean, I would be happy to have at least 5 students, because I would like to have a check with the users and not only that the EPO in its ivory tower develops something that you don't find very useful. Okay, so this is the biggest project that we have been working on so far, and I can tell you it's a lot of it's a lot of interesting work that we are compiling. All this is done case study based. We are using lots of cases from the European Inventor Award. So it's very practically oriented, and we have included lots of quizzes, lots of exercises, lots of reference material. We are referring also very much to our IP teaching kit that I will present, and most of you know this product. Yeah, let's see how you will be able to use these modules in the future. I'm very curious to see. So now we have also come up with an advanced IP lecture series. We are going more towards also an offer on technical fields. And this advanced level of IP lectures is mainly designed also for researchers and students. But I note that also faculty is very interested in this lecture series. We have just started one on food technology, and our last session on food technology is now next week on Thursday. So if you want to have still a grasp of food technology advanced lecture series, just join us next week. The participation is for academia free, but also for large audience. So this is basically born in academia area, and for academia we never charge anything. So, and it is recommended for students that they do our preparatory study, that they consult our preparatory study material on our center. It's not mandatory, but we find that it's maybe easier than to follow. So, and then another one will be on green technologies. And here I have listed also how the 4 sessions are divided. And this will be, the first one is always on patenting and the challenges examiners and the patent office face in this area. Then the next session will be always with a patent attorney, and also will describe how they develop IP strategies. And the third session will be always on IP commercialization, and the 4th session is always meeting an inventor from the various industry sector. And here you can see in 2022, we have planned another 2 on smart agriculture and medtech. Here we have the study visits. I highly recommend them to you. We had recently one with this reshaped format, and it was on the 13th of October. It was very well received. What I did here in the study visits offer is that I was trying to integrate also technical fields while presenting the European patent system. And this worked pretty nicely. And I can only invite you that your students, maybe you manage within your curricula to let them join this study visit. It takes 3 hours. It's very just like short. Basically, it's not, they have lots of opportunity to discuss also with our examiners. And the next one will be on these kind of topics. And it's very fascinating to listen to our examiners, how they explain the patent system while they are enlightening their technical fields. And we have planned 4 in 2022, as you can see here. The first one next year will be on unitary patent, unitary patent court. So maybe for some of you will be interesting to have just like the newest update also from the EPO on this. And then we will have also study visits on the boards of appeal. We have never done it. So we want to explore this because we get also requests on information of the boards of appeal. Then we will do another one on the whole patent and granting environment, but as well also to the European and international cooperation and also the legal affairs department. And the last one, I will repeat the same format like we are doing now in December. Then we will have also a new series called the Inventors Talk series. Maybe you managed to integrate this Inventors Talk series of the European Patent Academy that we are launching in cooperation with the European Patent Office Communication Department. We do this because we select distinguished inventors that have been either nominated as finalists or are winners of the European Inventor Award. And this is a great opportunity to interact with the inventors and know more about how they have been managing to successfully bring an invention to market. So this Inventors Talk, I don't want to call it a TED Talk-like format, but what we want to do here is to invite our inventors to talk about their invention, their experience with patents and how they brought it into market. And we will then have plenty of time to ask questions and have a dialogue also with the inventor. So the first one will be in February, and it will be with Professor Gordana Bunjak-Novakovic from the US. And she will talk about advances in tissue engineering. So we will have roughly 8 of them next year. Then some of you may know our EPO academic research program that we have launched in 2017. We have now revamped the academic research program. We are aiming more at collaborative research currently, where also EPO departments are involved or are invited to share their expertise with research team, because in the last years we have observed that research teams come always back to our departments and want to have data and want to have, they have lack sometimes knowledge about the granting procedure or the nitty-gritty of the patent system. And so we are happy now that we have broadened our scope. And just to give you a dimension of what we have done so far, we have received roughly 200 research proposals in the past. 19 were selected for EPO support, and currently 8 research projects from 2019 and 2020 are ongoing, and 38 proposals we have received for the new call that we launched just like a couple of months ago. So the results will be published no earlier than December. And here you can see the new RP is focusing on 2 streams, 3 research areas, and we have a budget that was doubled to 600,000 now. And here you can see how it is divided. So our first stream is concentrating mainly on from university research to innovation ecosystem. The second one is something that you may consider also in the future. It's AI for IP training and education. The third research area is AI in the domain of patents. So watch out for the next call. We hope to launch the next call around April and May next year. Then the famous IP teaching kit, I mention it again, and I guess that Javier will maybe say more about this, because it's currently under revision, and we would like also to reshape it in cooperation with the EIPTN. But I mentioned for those of you who are new in this EIPTN annual conference, please have a look. And what I can tell you is that we have integrated it also in our modules, at least the parts that are relevant for our modules. And what you can see here, we have also a tutorial how to use the IP teaching kit. I strongly recommend also to navigate through this tutorial because it's very helpful. Then we have come up with podcast. Currently we have 17 podcasts produced. It's very thrilling, all the topics that we have, and also the people, the experts that we invite to talk, that I interviewed. Have a look, and maybe you are able also to offer this podcast as assignments or integrate it in your curricula. I don't know how you build up your lectures, but maybe this can be an incentive for you to use also up-to-date podcast released by the EPO. What I have done here is I have also developed podcasts on the results of the research proposals of last year. So have a look. They are called On Research into Patents, and I have actually interviewed all the grant holders to present their results in 15 minutes podcast roughly. Here is also a video tutorial that can be used easily as an appetizer to your lectures on IP. Just like make use of it. It's a very challenging one. Yeah, it's quite animated. You have to like it because it's all like this. It's very abstract, but it's nicely done, I would say. So then we have the famous Pan-European SEAL program, and I'm happy to see that certain university and professors are presented who are a strong believer in this traineeship program. And after I finish, I would like to invite Laurent and Yolanda to say maybe 2 sentences about this program, because it's much better if testimonials that are participating in this program talk instead of me making a big marketing show here. Okay? So I hope you agree, Yolanda and Laurent. And here we have come up with the Young Inventors Prize. Now the call is closed for this year, but be prepared for next year call. So I think that it's worthwhile spreading the word within your institution to have researchers, students, people applying for this Young Inventors Prize. It's something really very nice, and you don't need a patent to apply for it. And this is the big change to the European Inventor Award prize. So here, more information. Please consider mainly visiting also our e-center in these online times that we still have. I am very glad to hear also that a certain university have gone back on site, but still I think that we will not go into an era where self-paced courses are no longer relevant. I think that this will be integrated in the future, and I guess that hybrid events will be also a format that will be kept for the future. So here I am finished. I hope I have left some time also for Javier. I think so. And yeah, I would be glad to invite Laurent or maybe Yolanda, both of you or one of you, to say just like 2 sentences about the PAN-C program, and then I'm happy to take questions. Thank you a lot, very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we can see how the EPO is dynamic to offer tools and to have a lot of initiative to develop cooperation with the academic area. Yolanda, you want to do now the presentation, and then you can have the floor? Yeah. Thank you.
So very briefly, thank you very much, Joanna, for your presentation. I was not planning on talking about the excellence of the program for our students, but I'm happy to do it because, in truth, for the students of the Master in Intellectual Property, the Pan-European SEAL program has been an excellent way of incorporating themselves to the professional and to the job market. We signed a first memorandum of understanding in 2014 with both the European Patent Office and the European Intellectual Property Office, and started sending our first graduate students to Munich and to Alicante in 2015. And since then, every year, I have to say, we have lots of international activities and possibilities for our students, but this is definitely probably the one that they receive with more excitement. It gives them the application system is very easy. From February, during the month of February, March, generally, they have to apply to participate in the program. They just have to send their CV and motivation letter, to the institutions. They have to decide whether to apply to the European Patent Office or the European Intellectual Property Office. And every year, the feedback that we get from the students is extraordinary. The experience is fantastic. Since 2 or 3 years ago, also on their application, they can also submit their main interests, so they will be allocated to a different area depending on their own interests, which is also very important to them. They're going to receive a monetary compensation for their work for this year of traineeship. And really, for us, it has been such an extraordinary experience that we have insisted on the first memorandum of understanding that we signed in 2014. It was limited to the students of the Master in Intellectual Property, but it has worked so well that we have insisted within the university to extend the program to other types of studies. And finally, this year, we managed to extend the Memorandum of Understanding to other fields. So we hope to send the first tech students this year from Carlos III, and we hope that the experience is for them as successful as it has been for our lawyers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting program, and of course, it must be very wonderful for the student to have such experience inside the office and with the organization here. Thank you. Now, the second speaker, Javier Guillem, who is working for the EIPTN Academy.
So on the thank you so much, Giovanna, for this very brilliant presentation, which I followed thoroughly. We are, of course, very much interested, and we as Bocconi this time, not as EIPTN, we are fascinated by the pan-European seal activity. There is one thing we at Bocconi and several other universities would wish, it is that the selection take place earlier at the EPO and at EUIPO, that everything be advanced by 2 months. We are at each and every meeting mentioning this. The problem is that in many European universities, in particular those that are the most international and follow the same timing as the US, Australia, and other parts of the world, we need to our students graduate earlier. And therefore, if you want to have the best, and if you want that they come really when you have selected them, they should be guaranteed that they are selected earlier. When we receive from, the problem is mostly with the EUIPO, but sometimes also with the EPO, when we receive in July notification of selection, the best ones are gone. So this is something very, very important. They are gone because they are taken elsewhere, and therefore, for the office, we have Yolanda, we have also expanded to other areas, and the problem is the same everywhere. Not only for IP, but for all programs, we need that this selection be advanced so that you get the best students. And this doesn't disturb the universities where students graduate later, because the competition takes place at the same time for everybody, but they are guaranteed earlier. So this is in your interest. And also, a second point I would wish to raise, we are fascinated, of course, by the Pan-European SEAL program for many of us, but there are also so many fruitful and fantastic activities that you have developed and that you have presented this morning, and we are also grateful for all these other activities that have been presented. Thank you, Giovanna. I don't know if you want to add a comment on this, or Mr. Guillem Carrao, or simply take it as a note for reporting. Giovanna, we can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay, and no, thank you very much for this very constructive comment. I will just give it back to my colleagues who are coordinating this program. I'm sure we can improve the program also in terms of timing. And I understand your issue that you have with the good candidates or the high flyer in your institution that we also want to have. So it's a good point that you make. Thank you very much. And so maybe we can have the discussion later after UIPO presents its part. And so I'm happy to hear more comments on our other offer, because as we are launching new products, it would be good to have also your comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now, Javier, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nicolás. First of all, good morning, buenos días a todos. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Professor Mandelier. Thank you, Professor Bergel. Well, I'm here on behalf of the WIPO, and WIPO Academy, sorry, and I would like to introduce also what I'm going to talk about, who we are, what we do, and where we go. So, yes, I will adjust to the timing, but in any case, you can show to me the famous paper with 5 minutes or or whatever. So the idea is to introduce also the office to you, because the academy is within an office. The academy is established in 2011, and our goal is to raise the awareness in IP knowledge with learning content. No? So we try to nurture not only our colleagues of the staff, also the staff of the national offices, and of course the academia and the public at large. Okay, so this is more or less the framework of our activity. These are our last numbers. That well, we are happy, but not. I mean, we want to go further. No, so we have external stakeholder satisfaction quite high, 87.6. You see in the screen that our colleagues are not so happy with us, because well, no, it's a little bit more, no? It's 88.4, and well, you see over there the numbers about the people participating in our activities. For us, it's important that our staff is at least spending 1 week, close to 1 week, for training on IP. Okay, because our staff is mostly, the core business of the staff is specialized in IP, so that means that they are already high qualified in the field of IP, but they still consider that they need extra week per year to devote to improve their skills. Okay, so what are we doing for the academia, for you right now? So we try to organize a training catalog, and this is the main offer that we have. We have a catalog, plenty of courses on trademark and design, because it's the goal of the office. No, we are a registry within the internal market. You already know, because your professors have explained to you that you have a title to go all around Europe, an identity card for your mark, for the mark or the design. We try to also train European judges also on intellectual property. And, well, I'm laughing because it's connected to the previous intervention, the beginning of the morning of Professor Tapia. And, well, we also try to develop this European network for IP students and teachers, and collaborate or cooperate with you as much as possible. So these are our logos, and I think it's a way of explaining what we are doing. At the center point of our work is the Academy Learning Portal. Over there is our catalog, and you can find, and you will see later on, close to 1,000 IP courses. Okay, so every Tuesday we offer a webinar. The webinar is for free. You can connect at 10 o'clock Alicante time, CET, if I'm not wrong. And next Tuesday, for instance, is about Article 85, and the reputed trademarks and how to how to prove the link, no, over there. And we will have, for instance, the speaker is Vanessa Page, is a well-reputed also examiner of our office. She's working in the operational department, and she's a reference for many of us. So we will enjoy her explaining to us a little bit more about this Article 85 of the regulation. Then we have the second log on the right, the education program. We offer this for practitioners and for paralegals. This is, I will go later on more details on the program. You have already heard about the Pan-European Seal, and then I will talk to you also about our library, the library online, which is open for academics also. It's called the EUPO Knowledge Hub. Now, because of the COVID, we have this virtual school visits program, which is, we are more happy. We have people with us in our headquarters, but right now, we are starting to open the office to visitors. Like last week, it was the first week that it was possible for us to invite anyone to the office. And then we have the learning wallets. I talked to you last year about this product that was going to be launched, and I will talk later on. I will show you some of them to you that I think that it could be of your interest. So we have also the events, the IP events. You know already about our IP Case Law Conference, which is, the flagship of our events. Then we have other conferences that we have cooperated with EPO, for instance, Shaping Tomorrow, 3D printing, the Foster Innovation in Europe with EIPTN Innovation Society. We have the week with the Magister Locentinus that, it will be expanded to all the universities with MOU in 2 years, and it will be open to all of them. And, I'm going now through each one of the logos. You have already heard about the Pan-European Seal. It's really a very, very good experience, not only for the trainees, also for the staff of the office. I was, during the coffee, telling Professor Berger that I have a Lithuanian trainee last year. I think, honestly, that I have learned more from her than she from me. Okay, so, and that's live, no? I think that this year we have a trainee from the Bocconi University, Professor Mandarier. We have Elia Fagiani working with us. And, he's for a month with us, and, he's showing us a lot of new things that we were, not prepared, no? right now to assimilate, and we hope that we will do along the year. So, you know that, this is, some pictures of our office in Alicante, which is in the coastline. And that our idea with this program is to bridge academia, labor market, promote and disseminate intellectual property. You are in Alicante, which is a very nice place. And there's other benefits, among them the 12-month pay. Traineeship, it's not a bad excuse, no, to go to Alicante. Okay, so these are the numbers of the Pan-European Seal from 2014, 5 universities, 14 trainees, and we are right now with 77 universities and 89 trainees. So this is the sequel of the PES is that we have a Pan-European Seal Talent Bank, which is an online platform where we try to match the people who have been training with us with the companies that are part of our community. So we try to match this, and you have to take into account that it was the COVID, but we did this for the very first time last year, and we have already got 30 matches. Okay, it's not an excellent reward, but I think it's enough, no, for the first year. And you have to be confident on the companies that are being like part, no, of this talent blank. You see here the logos of the companies and the public administrations also. So what we do more is, I already told you that this is our central, crucial offer, the learning portal. Why? Because here you can find full catalog, 6 categories, 547 courses, and 171 with certificate. I will show you then the certificate. It's very easy to go through the catalog using the screen, prepare this motion in order to show you that if you want to look for a course on designs or enforcement, you can go through the categories. You click, you follow the course, you pass the quiz, and you get a certificate. And this is the way we try to work with you in order to facilitate your training experience. Okay, this is more or less. Have plenty of topics. If you look also in the catalog through keywords, you write down geographical indications, you will have the courses on the topic. Okay, and well, this is more or less also part of the learning portal is the calendar. Here we have the reference of all of the webinars that we organize, the regional seminars of the office, and you can subscribe here to the newsletter and be aware once per month of our activities. We have also learning plans, this one for university students on trademark and design. And then this is like you see your profile in our portal. You can see the courses that you have completed, the courses that you have not yet started, and also when you have the certificate ready for you. Okay, it's very easy. I mean, it's friendly, and I think it's you can export on PDF, export to Excel. You can add to your CV. Well, the idea is to facilitate your life a little bit, if possible. And also, there's a lot of people, once they have completed the training, they show this type of certificate in social networks like LinkedIn or Twitter, and this is also a reason to be glad, no, of the service that we are trying to provide to you. So what can you do in the learning portal? So click the QR code and try it, okay? This is our invitation to you. And so this is very easy. You visit the WIPA website, you create your free account, you enter in the user area, and you start learning. And then we have the learning wallets, because we have found that some people get loose in the catalog, in the classic catalog, no? And we have tried to build this type of product, which is a learning wallet. It's just an infography with the courses, and you can go through the infographies, a PDF. You can click to enroll, and you can follow the courses depending on the time you have, the level you need, or the language, no? And this is a PDF that you can distribute also to your, to your students without any problem, because they can register in the learning portal and follow the courses. We offer also additional resources like videos and other type of materials like the guidelines or whatever of the office. And we have this right now because we started with a pilot on geographical indications, and we have right now these basics on intellectual property, geographical indications, basics on designs, and intermediate on IP. And we have the idea of having one on absolute grounds before Christmas prepared also. I mean, we are offering here the courses that we have in the catalog, but this is another way of offering the people like the content with a more or less an estimation of the time that they need to devote to the topic. Or we are trying to improve the quality, no? Because people, it's like we were talking before about. Before there was only one TV, and now we have plenty of platforms. No, this is the situation we are now. We are very happy following the other webinars that other operators within the community are offering. So our added value is that we have our staff that are dealing with the files, and this is what we can offer to you. and combine this staff with academia, and combining this staff with SMEs, and combining this staff to any of the new ideas that now we are trying to disseminate. So we do right now via Zoom. Even some colleagues of the office, they are still a little bit worried about the health security of the studio, but it's perfect, I mean. But we keep doing this in Zoom because we think that this is better for everyone. We try to improve the pedagogical signature of our webinars. We spend 1 hour and a half with each one of the speakers. We talk about what the speaker wants to share, the goals, and how. It's very important, and to whom they want to transmit, to share with the knowledge. And this is we work on the visual presentation, we work on the gestures, we work in any of the features that are important to improve the quality of the webinar. We are not a TV set, so we cannot be like TV. We are neither Netflix or Amazon Prime, but because, well, we are a public service, but we try to do our best and invite the people to enjoy the new tools that we have inserted in our webinars. Well, this pre-registration offers you the possibility of sending in advance the questions to the speaker. So you are interested in the topic of next Tuesday, 8/5, you can register right now, and you can send your question to the speaker, and your Vanessa page will have the question, this afternoon, as he can work on this in order to fine-tune the presentation. So this is part of our novelties, hybrid. Well, this is everywhere right now. Visual presentations, visible questions that pop out around the webinar, the polls, and, well, the dissemination via the social media. But here, the added value of what we are doing since COVID appears, it is the pedagogical advice and the work on this. We have experts from national offices and also from the BBC that are helping us to help the speakers to improve our offer. Well, this is not the top 10 because I have cut half of them. It's the top 5 webinars of this year. IP behind and inside the movies. We have around 500 people joining the webinar. The quantity is not important for us, but also the quality of the learning experience that they have had, and the result that we have in the satisfaction survey. Artificial intelligence and IP at the crossroad. This is another topic which was also the top. Proof of reputation. Generating income and impact with IP licenses. This is one of the series that we have for SMEs, and it has been very successful also in terms of satisfaction rate. And then what we have, which is like also our identity, is that each quadrimester, we have the people from the Boards of Appeal and the litigators of the office explaining to everyone the way they have understood the Luxembourg judgments and the decisions of the Boards of Appeal. And I think that this has big added value because it's the people who is like traveling to Luxembourg to represent being as an agent of the office, and is one of our best products. And well, then I arrived to the education program. I already talked to you, we are like in the 3rd edition of the practitioners, and we are launching the 1st edition of the paralegals. Well, it's a very nice program, both of them. We try to do with this, what we try to do with this is help our community of users to be smarter, because this saves money to them, to their clients, and to us also as public service. So this program has this specific goal, needs to help lawyers in practice to improve their capacities, their capabilities, in order to avoid deficiencies to be sent from the office, and the same for paralegals. And well, this is our goal, and I think that they enjoy this. For instance, these practitioners, 9 modules, like comprehensive of all the content that they need, to have a deep knowledge of what the office is doing. Here the staff is also mainly staff of the office as the speakers. And then the methodology is blended. We have also examination for them. And this is more or less, sorry, how it looks like. We have like another course, and over there you have the teaching guide with the objectives, learning outcomes, description of the contents, recorded sessions, live sessions, the quiz, and the exam per module. This is from paralegals, for instance. It's just a sample. Benefits, I already talked to you, is to save time and money to the customers of the office by helping the lawyers to improve the quality of the work. No? And well, this is more or less our goal with this, with both programs. Knowledge Hub is a library online. You can, well, sign in over there, look for academic articles, books, etc. I invite you to, because, well, I think that we have a good library. I mean, what we have in a WIPO is money to spend in books and in academic review, and I think that this is part of our added value also as academy. The collection is close to 27,000 books, and well, this is very nice. Now it's already open again. This is the board is going. You can go over there and spend your morning and your afternoon doing some research on IP. And if you are in the office on Tuesday morning, we offer over there also a live vision of the webinar, no, at 10 o'clock. We have all the trainees over there normally, because there's cafe, croissants, and it's like we create a little bit of community around. We have a monthly subscription to stay informed on the new acquisitions. And where we go, this is also important for us, because as you know, we work in the WIPO with a strategic plan, and we have like our executive director with a clear mandate. It's Europe must offer the best possible IP environment for users, and this is what we are trying to transpose to our daily, task. We will keep on going with the IP events, the education program, the e-learning courses, the visits, knowledge hub, SMEs, e-learning area. This we will keep on going, but we try to build a hybrid campus. Okay, we try to have everyone like plug-in around the office with bubbles and with rooms to provoke. Right now we have a lot of people at home, but we need to create like a natural way of working with this hybrid. And this is like the electronic part of the office. Then we will have like 5 or more initiatives on hybrid working methods. We have instructions for managers in order to have under control the number of meetings, the duration of the meetings, also ergonomic instructions for our colleagues in a form of infography in order to stretch between meeting and meeting, to go to the toilet time to time. Okay, we try to disseminate these working methods also through the campus. And this is new. This is we built this during the COVID. It's a virtual classroom. Here you have one in Madrid. I don't remember where is it. And this, I think that is the third one in Spain. Well, we have the capacity of having 60 screens, and we use this for the educational programs. So the speaker is in front of the screens, and the speaker has the 60 students, and they can interact. And this is the added value of this virtual classroom. Okay. Also virtual visits. You have already enjoyed one of them, no, last week, I think, here in the Carlos III. I must say that we have 3 trainees this year with us from your university. We have one in audit, it's operational department, like examining trademark applications or designs. And then we have another one in the Boards of Appeal. And the third one is in DTD. So maybe you have already an IT guy over there. We need all the profiles over there, because we have a lot of different tasks to be done, and well, as I told you, it's very refreshing to have the trainees, and it's well, it's an important experience for them also. Virtual visits, okay, and Well, future goals, we will go for the learning ecosystem. We need to like readjust different platforms that we have for increase the number of digital processes. We will have a multimedia studio. Here we have Elia Fajani to help us, the training from the Bocconi University, because he was the responsible of the radio, no, in the University in Milan. And, and we are very happy of having him on board with this project, and the Virtual Visitor Center. We want to work also in the continuous development, professional development, CPD, famous CPD, in order to allow these professions that need to show the board of the profession or like the auditors, for instance, that they have spent some time in training along the year, would like to provide them this certificate in order to use our products from the platform to show the board of her profession that they have completed the timing, no, for training. And we would like to reinvent the Knowledge Hub to have an extended e-library portal. And that's all. I don't know if I'm respecting the...
Perfect.
Okay. I was a little bit nervous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those two presentations, very rich, and I will share the floor now for questions, and maybe I can give you the power. You have to use a microphone. So.
Sure. Will I use this one? Okay. So thank you very much for the presentation. A quick question. Based on the library project, and have you considered the possibility to have something similar to the training program, but for academics? So that you actually receive academics for... Yes? Okay, so that you have programs that are longer than just... It is my understanding from your presentation, so I give you the premise that basically the library is open, you can get access, or even the e-library, but it's a sort of a one-stop visit, right? So I'm in Alicante for 2 days, 1 day, 1 week, and I get access to the library. Wouldn't it be interesting to have something similar to the training for students? Yes, something for PhD or even just for academics, so that basically they come to the WIPO and stay for, I'm not going to say 1 year, but 6 months, and they get a sort of a visiting research status. I don't know if it's already in the air or...
We are working in an academy research program, and we are drafting it. So I have some colleagues of mine working on this, and I cannot tell you right now if this is within the project or not, but I will take note and I will share with them.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's very sensible, and it's also a pity, no? You come to the office and maybe you don't need only to visit the library, you need also to check with this, to have a coffee with this examiner who has a repeated knowledge on the topic that you are like doing the research or whatever. No, it's very sensible and it's a very good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No, thank you to you. This extends, of course, also to the EPO. I think that based on your wide mandates and the amount of activities of a different nature that both the EPO and the WIPO are carrying out, I think it would be interesting for someone to get there, stay longer, be involved, because also it's a way to, of course, educate. So one thing is to get the postgraduate students, but another way is to act, let's say, on top of it, so that you have a two-tiered approach. Thank you very much.
And we can take profit for our webinars also.
That's
as speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just very brief, could you explain a little bit more about the extension of the library? Are you thinking on agreements with libraries and universities to share materials, or what is it about?
Well, the idea is to extend the capability of the users, because right now you know that you have to have the profile of a research, and it has to be authorized. It's like a typical university library. No, I mean you need before I don't know if here in Carlos III is the same, but I mean in the University of Valencia you have the general library and then the library of the department, and you were authorized to go so the idea is to extend this and to open and to be able to offer as much content as possible digital, okay, in order to facilitate, and well, the idea is also to help our colleagues. It's not only for you, for the academy, also for our colleagues to be like report and inform on the articles from the academy that, maybe they have not normally the habitude of checking the academic reviews, and which is a normal practice at the university, but maybe in a professional life you don't have the time, to go and to check, etc. We would like to use this also in a double sense, and provide them also with regularly updating of the status quo of the academia and the topics that they are working in. So, but if you are interested in this, I can forward to you the information that we have available right now about the project. We have, for the projects, it's approved by there's like a process for approving the projects, and this is the pipeline. But we have been just authorized to launch the virtual campus, so this is the following one. We are still working on the nitty-gritty, of the project.
Ulrike?
Yes. Just a brief question to you both. Do students have to log in, so share their personal information, or can they access the portal anyway? I just wanted to know, because if they have to log in to access the lectures, or can they access it without
You want to go first, Joanna? You.
I can, yes. Thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, the e-center requires only the name and the email address, but what we do also for certain courses, and what will be happen also if there is a certain co-labeling with the modules and so on, we will have created also individual courses that are accessible via a link, so that then students don't need to register. But we don't ask for any personal data beyond the name and the email address. I mean, it's really just like a very brief registering process.
In our case, it's very similar. The issue that we have is that most of the content, which is not with the certificate, you can access directly without logging into the learning portal. So sometimes there are speakers that they say, well, I prefer to have the webinar for free, so they don't provide us a quiz, and this allows them to share the link to people and they connect directly, okay? Because what we try also at the beginning of the year is to share the content of the webinar also via YouTube, okay? But the experience, it was not so good in terms of participants, because we were around 40 people attending the webinar in YouTube, and 140 in Panopto, which is the other where we normally broadcast. So we finally decided not to keep on going in parallel, in both broadcasting live possibilities. But well, to sum up, you have some courses that you can access directly, and other, if you want the certificate, you have to log in and you have to put your name and your email address before. But then you have already your profile, you save this in your browser, and it goes directly. So it's very easy going.
Hi, Claudia Tapia. Hello, Giovanna. We haven't talked for a while.
Yeah, hi there.
So, to Giovanna, that's amazing, all the things that are happening in the EPO, and we would like to promote some of them for IP councils. So I will definitely contact you to see how we can reach more people of all the amazing things that you are doing. And to Javier, I know that we did this jointly this webinar, and that we recorded it, but I was trying now, that's why the noise in the background. I was trying to find recorded webinars in your website, and somehow I couldn't only see the live webinars. Is that they are?
Through the calendar, you go to the live webinars,
yes.
And if you go to the learning portal without login, you go
yes.
to the catalog, and if you are looking for a material which has a certificate, it will not appear for you. You have to log in.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So if your webinar had a quiz,
yes.
you need to register to get the certification and to see it.
And then people will have access to that. Okay.
This is also, we have behind this, we have a reason about having like an understanding of the public that is connecting to the material after the webinar. Because we need also to have some data about the segmentation of our audience. And this is the reason, because we are, well, like offering this, you have to do this step. But once you have saved in your browser, your login is direct. So you click and you go inside. So I think that is not a barrier. It's true that right now they say the specs that they say you have to click 3 times. People prefers to go to Netflix or no, but I mean it's true. But we are not able to do less more because of data protection. So it's the status right now. Is the state of the art. We cannot do anything more. The alternative is to put everything in YouTube and to upload over there. But well, the experience has not been really well. Maybe there's a step furthermore, is to become provider of LinkedIn Learning. Now, maybe some of you are already thinking about as universities, but this is like a step more, and we are a public service, and we are here at your disposal for free, and for free, and without asking and tracking your data, your IPs, etc. So this is part of our service also.
Thank you. Laurent?
If there is no other question, I have 2 questions. Shall I? Okay, fine. So first of all, thanks to both of you. I have one question that is specifically for Javier and relates to the access to the portal. My students, being student-oriented, my students are have sometimes difficulties in finding courses with certificates. Now you are developing a lot of webinar activities, which we admire and like very much, but students love the courses that give certificates, so that they can put the certificate as a medal on the CV, as a proof on the CV. And we think we would suggest that there be a better visibility on courses that give certificates, so that it is serving the students. This is something that I spoke also with colleagues in some other universities. This is something that helps the students, and also they are, okay, if they log in, they have access, but if they don't log in, it's very difficult for them to identify this. So that's one issue. The second issue I wanted to raise was, again, on the pan-European seal, something that is a positive and a worrisome development. We see that the pan-European seal was initially marketed and developed with universities that had major IP programs, industrial property and copyright programs, and as such, the best students on intellectual property, IP and copyright, were going to these programs or were interested by these programs. Now, there is an interest, clearly enough, and absolutely understandable and respectable from the EPO and from EIPTN, to have also students to other areas, such as supporting your finance department, supporting your audit department, and so on. This is a completely different market. And in the way the offer is made, and in particular the number of candidates is permitted, which is 10 per organization, so 10 plus 10, it's very complex for us for making the selection. So we would be interested if EUIPO and APO could consider a mechanism of two tracks. One which is the core, let's say, intellectual property areas, patents, trademarks, copyrights, and so on, and another one which is all the support services that are so important in an organization, but which is completely different. These are completely different markets. I am, like Yolanda, I have worked with actually Nuria and her Greek colleague to expand the agreement so that it covers not only intellectual property areas, but also other areas from Bocconi. But then, in terms of reviewing the applications, it gets very difficult because I am not the good one to judge on who is the best in finance. And our admin services that are in charge basically of placement are not also doing this. So we need to have two different batches, the IP batch and separately the other batch of candidates. So perhaps a technicality, without making a political problem out of it, a technicality in constructing the websites for the next SEAL program by distinguishing the two tracks would support you for having the best candidates rather than for us. For us, we can do it with anything. That's one comment. And my last comment, I'm sorry for this, is connected to the fantastic projects of Giovanna for the various modules. I think we would be very interested. I think it would be very interesting that it starts with a few universities initially, with the modules you have mentioned. That would be very useful for us. And I don't know what are your views, Giovanna, on this.
Yes, definitely. This is also the purpose that we would like to launch in, do you hear me? Yes? Yeah? Okay, thank you. So we would like to launch next year a pilot project, possible at least with 5 universities, and how to integrate this module. So if in the room or outside the room listening now today, there is an interest of your university, I would really love to sit down with you and discuss the details, because I know that the academic years are well prepared in advance, and also your dean needs to also authorize, and we need also the ECTS office of the university who is also involved. It's not simply just like the professor with whom I cooperate. I understand that there are various departments involved, and you can count on my full support, on Academy's full support, on EPO's full support for this, because this is something that is very much at our heart. To be able to support curricula. We understand that the curricula are pretty packed, especially of undergrads programs, so maybe there will be little chance to integrate something there, but maybe it will be possible to do something in other graduate school and PhD schools. What I understand also is that maybe it's not possible to integrate 75 hours, but we are happy to look at maybe less hours and also less credits. I mean, I think that one ECTS, I have already few universities on board who are also considering one ECTS. I mean, this is easy, I guess, to introduce. But as always, we need facilitators, sponsors, or how we have called them, ambassador. In other programs, in other institutions, they are called ambassadors. In the UK, we have talked a lot about IP clinics, and we come back always to the same thing. You know, we as EPO, and I guess for UPU it's the same, we can only support you, and we can produce products that hopefully will be taken up by many universities. But at the end, we need on-site people that believe in educating on IP, and that there should be also a space for it. Yeah, I mean, best would be to have the rectors, the vice presidents, for education convinced and do something. But okay, we don't talk about top-down approach, neither by bottom-up approach. I think there are many ways. In Italian, we say there are many ways to reach Rome, and I think in this context it will be the same.
Thank you very much for your answer, maybe.
Okay. Thank you very much to both. Thank you very much for so many interesting programs, and congratulations. And it's a concrete question, Giovanna, about this new program you are telling us. Are you thinking in a cooperation with universities without cost for the universities, or in this new program we should collaborate with money with the academia? I don't know. Can you? Because it sounds.
Adoración, I don't know if I understand correctly your question. I didn't get it. Maybe also acoustically. Can you repeat maybe the last part of your question?
I think this new program that you announced, and it sounds very interesting. As far as I understand, you are looking for university partners, yes? Starting with maybe, as Loren said, few universities. But my question is, should we, the universities, pay something for this program, or would we? Are you thinking in a program of cooperation, collaboration, but without any charge for the universities?
No charge, full support from the EPO. No, everything is free of charge. No, we are happy to support you wherever possible. And as I said, I mentioned the tutor session. Best would be also that at some point, just like students are also oversaturated with all this online. I'm realizing it, yeah. I'm organizing also online events with major universities, and people are looking back to go on-site now. They can't be bothered so much to have so many turns. But I think that the best would be if the faculty, the university is finding a way how to integrate it in the program, because this is the only success that, the only way of success that we see. If there is really a logic integration, if you have now in your program on, I don't know, innovation management, you have a patent module, and then you can integrate either patent essentials or IP commercialization, and or even more modules. This would be great, but there is no charge for university. There will be a co-labeling exercise that we will promote also on our website with all the universities we are working. And but maybe you as professors, IP lecturers, see also a way of finding Europe-wide a system to offer it to many universities, and maybe you also within EIPTN can find a university who can just like think of, and then all the EIPTN universities can join. Why not?
Thank you, clear. Thank you very much.
Can you? Yeah. My name's Joe Secon, University of Portsmouth in the UK. I was just going to ask a question about the Pan-European SEAL programme, and I think Yolanda spoke about a memorandum of understanding. So if the University of Portsmouth was interested in this Pan-European SEAL programme, who would the university approach? Is it a case of first getting a memorandum of understanding, or just asking students individually to apply for this program? How does it actually work?
Giovanna, you want me to take the floor, or? Well,
yeah, take it, yeah.
It's
yeah.
institution to institution, so maybe we should, put in contact your administration with our service responsible for these memorandums of understanding. Okay, I think this is the way of, and then once this is time to start process.
I wasn't sure because the Portsmouth would be new to the program. I think, I mean, I've been to other...
This is a post-Brexit consequence.
No, it's just that I've been to other EIPTN conferences where this program has been mentioned, and the benefits seem, particularly positive. It would just be something to look at, but I don't know, because of Brexit, whether...
I can tell to you that we have trainees for all over the world.
Okay.
So for the trainees, it's not a problem. I don't know if with the emblem of PEI or the PES or another emblem, but we have trainees from all over the world. And well, one thing that UK cannot avoid is that you are Europe. Not part of the European Union, but you are Europe. Yeah. No? Since the beginning of the times.
Okay.
So, well, for trainees, we have trainees from everywhere. So this it should not be. But I don't know if Giovanna, you are more aware than me about the limitation of the PES. There's any limitation for the Memorandum of Understanding?
No, but I want to come back to the first part of your question, so that there is nothing individually done with students, only once they are selected, yeah? So the university, just like if they want to join as a member this program, will have to get the MOU signed by the university management in most of the cases, because it's also our president, UIPO president, who signs this MOU. But this is actually a very easy administrative task to do. So if you're convinced that your university should become member, you should just like briefly discuss it with your manager or with your dean or so, and then things are very easy. And please get back to me and write me an email, and then I will forward you, I will put you immediately in contact with the responsible department. Yeah, and I'm happy to hear that you are also envisaging, or considering joining this program, yeah. So if you are joining also this program, we at the EPO, we always try, so we have more intensive cooperation with the PES universities currently, because it's a network and it's easier also to disseminate all our activities. What I do at the academy side, I cooperate with the PES department, and I tell them always, listen, these are the events coming up, these are the projects, can you disseminate the information within your PES university? Your responsibility would be to find a way of communicating, of reaching out your faculty, your students, and informing about all what is happening at the EPO, and I guess UIPO, it's the same. But we can do this bilaterally, I think, yeah.
No, thank you very much for that, appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there another question? No? So thank you. I think we have a nice discussion. According to me, there is a lot of initiative, and maybe it's difficult to always have a good idea of the target, because some targets are professional, high expert or paralegal. Sometimes it is for tech student, sometimes it is for law students, and maybe one of the problems I can see in front of your very rich initiative and action is to be able to share all of this in front of a large market, and to be able to have complementarity between law, tech, management, students, and for professional patent attorney or trademark attorney, and they are not exactly looking for the same offer, and the relationship between academic, professional, and offices are not always done in the same organization. So it is very rich, but maybe sometimes it's difficult to see who is the good person or the good target in front of this large offer. And the second point, which is maybe a last question, is the idea of collabalization, which is developed by the EU, the EPO. What is the idea, or what are you looking for when you want a collabalization with academic organization?
We have just started with this program. Basically, it would mean that you would integrate, just like, for example, I know that one of colleagues is doing this with IP management master, right? So that basically part of it is also, you know, just produced, the content, the syllabus is produced by the EPO, and you would just like, let's take out of the 150 hours, you would take 30 hours EPO offer and integrate it, and this would be already a co-labeling. And in my area now, by the way, what I have presented.
We don't have your voice now, maybe. Giovanna, hello? There is a problem, I think. Could you hear me?
It's gone.
Yes, now?
Yes, now.
Yeah, now?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, it's indicating low battery. Okay, so I will try to finish here. And basically, for example, in the area, what I have presented now, it's all for academia, I said, and there is what I didn't distinguish too much, but this is a very good hint, maybe to visualize even better what we have on offer for law faculties and all the other faculties. But in the modular IP education framework aims at really just like, you know, you have a PhD program, you have a graduate program, you tell your PhD students you have to come up with 150 credits. What would be a co-labeling would be that in this program you mention also the modular IP education framework with 5 modules or with 6 modules, and we would then just like integrate them. You will get our full support, and this would be a co-labeling for us, yeah, so that the university is there to release then to release the 3 ECTS or the 6 ECTS, but also, I mean, the work before needs to be done to convince the program manager to integrate it, or the dean, the university management. I mean, I know that it's not an easy exercise. I'm very aware of this, but let's get started. I mean, it's worth a try, because, you know, we have been offering a lot, and there was always this incentive problem, and so now I thought that maybe an ECTS modules would be the solution to it. So it's always try and error. Maybe this would be this time a big success. We don't know, but I need you to implement it.
Thank you very much. If there is no more question, maybe it's now the break for the lunch. Thank you very much for this second session and this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will not be joining further. Lots of apologies, but I wish you a great annual EIPTN meeting that continues tomorrow. Thanks again for inviting the EPO and its European Patent Academy. So we hope to stay in touch. Please get in touch with me if you have interest. All the people that are in the room, some of you I know. So just like let me know what the future in 2022 will be, and also what your plan are to use our program. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Hola, hola, hola.
So, and for this reason, we are very happy and proud that you are all with us today. And we have a very special honor. The committee, the EIPTN committee, has decided that we not only work for our organization and its impact throughout the European continent, but we also want to pool and not duplicate efforts with other associations that play a major role. At EIPTN, we have many lawyers and a few economists. We concentrate on IP teaching, though there is no teaching without research. At EPIP, this is just the contrary. There are many economists and a few lawyers, and they concentrate on research, though there is no good research without the output of teaching. So as such, there is an element of, I would say, friendship and fraternity between the two organizations, and this is why we are happy and honored to welcome, for the first time in the history of EIPTN and of EPIP, the president of EPIP with us today. She will explain what they are doing and therefore what interactions may exist in the modern world. We work in networks and not anymore in individual separate clusters. So thank you very much, Catalina, for your time, for being with us. Catalina Martinez is a researcher at the Spanish CSIC. She's one of the most known academics on the economics of innovation. She worked at OECD in Paris for many years, and she made OECD shining thanks to her studies on the economics of innovation. Like now, she's making EPIP shining. So as such, Catalina, the floor is yours. And welcome to this session.
Thank you very much, Laurent. It's always a pleasure to see you and to be welcomed by your warmth, because I think you are special. Today, ¿no se me oye? Ya, está apretado. Vale. I'm very happy to be here today to talk about the Association European Policy for Intellectual Property. I must say that this is also my first presentation as president of the association. I am president of the EPIP Association since September 10th, when we had the annual conference in Madrid, not far from here, in my research institute. And Laurent was there, and Claudia Tapia, who is not in the room, was also there. And I hope many of you will come to next year's conference if I am good enough at telling how good is the association. So, as the title says, EPIP is an association of IP economics, law, and policy researchers. And the focus is that we are all interested in intellectual property from different disciplines. It started in, well, I'm going to show some images that you can find on the website. So my presentation will be short, and just to give you a glimpse of what you can find in the website, or talking to me by email or afterwards when you want. So EPIP stands for European Policy for Intellectual Property. This is the website, epip.eu. It is an international, independent, interdisciplinary, and that is really important, non-profit association of researchers that grew out of a network financed by the European Commission from 2003-2005. Network means European project. There was a European project. I think the principal researcher, the principal investigator was Dominique Fauré from EPFL, if you know. I think that he was the one who coined the smart specialization, the regional smart RIS. So influential economist. And after the project finished, the economists that were part of it thought that it was good to create an association to do something afterwards with that rich network that they had created and invite other disciplines like legal scholars, very important in the field of IP. What would we economists do without all the knowledge of the legal scholars? Well, simply make mistakes. Yesterday, I was talking to some colleagues of yours, and we were saying that, well, sometimes we economists make shortcuts to use the data, and the richness that we can get from talking to legal scholars transforms our projects and make them closer to reality and to extract policy recommendations. Without this interdisciplinarity, our field, or the field of antitrust, which is is also another field where legal scholars and economists should work together, wouldn't have the same impact. This is just copying what is there, and just to tell you that, as Laurent said, one of our objectives is to create links with other associations, and that's why I was very grateful to the invitation by Laurent, because we do research, we teach. Sometimes I'm invited to give some courses on economics of innovation and IP in IP law masters or graduate courses, and I didn't know about the association. I am discovering it because of this conference in Madrid, and I think I, as an economist, will also learn a lot. I didn't know that there were economists in your association, but now maybe I enroll. The ongoing activities of the association are, well, there's mainly one. Organize a conference, an annual conference, but we are enlarging the range of activities. Sometimes we organize workshops, and we want to do more and more. The board members, maybe you know them, you know some of them. I know that in particular there is one colleague, Irene Calboli, who has participated in some EIPTN conference, but this is the board as of September 2021. I am the president. The president-elect, who is the organizer of next year conference, will be president from September 2022 onwards, and he is in Cambridge University, in an engineering lab, I think. And then Secretary General is Joost Poort. He's an economist working in Information Law Institute, University of Amsterdam. And the treasurer, Marcus Simeth, an economist in University Copenhagen Business School. And well, the previous president was Stefan Bechtold, maybe you know him, professor of law in ETH Zurich, and well, you have all the board there. Annual conferences. I said this is our main activity every year, and here I have just put the pictures that fitted in the slide, but on the website we have all links to some legacy information from all conferences since 2006. We are more careful now preserving the information. For example, the last conference, 2021, that I organized, has on the website, has the videos of the plenaries. There, I will also put the video of one parallel session chaired by Laurent. And we have some slides, a short video. Well, I'm telling you this because maybe you find it useful to your teaching activities. The plenaries were, one was on competition and IP. Claudia Tapia intervened in that round table. Another one was on COVID, of course, we couldn't miss it. COVID and IP. And we had 3 panelists. We had Chirantan Chatterjee, an economist working in Sussex now. Ellen Tön, whom you might know, is a professor of law and activist from the Law and Medicines Association. And Anita McCahan, a professor from Toronto. And then, well, there were several other roundtables and keynotes. There were two impressive keynotes, one by Adam Jaffe. Adam Jaffe is an economist, very well known and pioneer on indicators of intellectual property to do novel and innovative empirical research on with data on patents, trademarks, and matching everything to everything. And then Stephanie Stancheva. Stephanie Stancheva, her talk is a professor from economics professor from Harvard University, and if you check online, she is winning all the prizes that you can imagine. I say, joking, that she will get the Nobel Prize. I don't know, maybe. She is around 40, I think, the youngest professor of economics in Harvard ever, and she talked to us about IP, taxes and innovation, and the role of IP in it. And you have all the videos on the website. We also have EPIP Young Scholar Awards, and I think that could also be useful for your teaching, because you can tell your students that if they come to the conference and they submit a paper from their PhD to the Young Scholar Award, they may get the prize. There is some financial amount linked to it. It's 500 per prize. And also all this visibility, because we started doing this in 2017, and we have every year 2 prizes, one for economics and management and one for law. And as Laurent said, we have more and more members from the legal community, but still we are getting closer to 50%. I have to check the numbers, but still we get more papers from economics than from legal scholars. As I said, this year was in Madrid, the conference, and it was hybrid. It was an enormous challenge, and everything went very well. We had 300 participants, registered participants, 200 online, and 100 in Madrid, and everyone was thanking me for the effort. The young scholars were euphoric to be on the road again and to be able to network with a drink or in the gala dinner or a coffee break. So meeting in person is very important for the community, and this proves. And these are just pictures, but you have all the links, and you can see all the summary page. Well, this is to show. I put here a copy of the programs, not detailed program, but so you can see that it was very dense and intense 3 days with more than 150 presentations, parallel tracks. So an academic conference that it's not huge because we were 300, but reasonable in size. And this is the legacy. So on the website now we have a short video, 3-minute video with some highlights, and as I said before, the links to the plenary. I don't know how to, well, you will, it's easy to find some photos and some videos. Next year, we announced 1 month ago that next year the conference will be in Cambridge. The organizer, as I said, is Frank Titze, and there will be a call for papers soon, probably, yeah, I think very likely before Christmas, and then the call for papers with a closing by March, probably, and everything will be ready for 7 to 9 September. And I will be there. I was telling the people at the conference, thank you very much for coming, but I haven't traveled. I want to travel. So, and I think that's it. I just wanted to give you, and now we can, if there are a few minutes, we can talk. But what I propose to Laurent is that we give information about EIPTN on our website. We put the link, and if if you can come to conferences, we will be very happy to interact, because we are all researchers, and maybe you didn't know about the association, so I hope this presentation was useful for that too.
Dear Catalina, thank you very much. Yes, for sure, I shall consult the EIPTN committee and propose them that we do the reciprocity and send you also information on what we have done, so that you can, and what we do, so that you can put it on your website. And as such, I would propose to open the floor to our members. Again, okay, we are academics, so replying to calls for paper is our, I wouldn't say daily job, but our job of selecting the right ones. And so it's very good that EPIP members reply to our call for abstracts and vice versa. That's my personal opinion. But I would wish to open the floor to questions, and in particular, Professor Galliani.
Well, maybe this one.
Now it works. So for next year, if I'm not mistaken, it was Opening IP for a Better World, the subject of the conference in Cambridge. So is there, what is the idea? I don't know if you can already sort of tell us a little bit more about what's the idea behind the general theme?
Well, this year in Madrid, Frank Titze and his colleagues organized a themed session on IP and sustainability. So they are very much focused on environmental sustainability, IP, but this is, so I'm sure they will choose that as one of the leading topics. But up to now, the title of conferences, EPIP conferences, have been just guidance. For example, the title of Madrid was IP and the Future of Innovation. And the previous one in 2019 or 18 was Innovation and the Future of IP. So maybe I was not very original. But the thing is that you need a title and then leading topics, but we are open to good papers from any field. And actually you had a paper on it. Sí, Axel.
Axel Terrazzini from IP Council.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And we're just curious about the criteria for the EPIP Youth Award. What are the criteria? Age, trainings?
Yeah.
Please.
PhD students. So there is no age limitation. Generally, PhD students are young, but we have had cases. No, but we have had cases. People who are practitioners and then go back to study and do a PhD, and if they are a PhD student, we are, well, although I'm saying that because we have had some exceptions, and at the moment this is the rule, but maybe in the future we say, no, they have to be young and PhD students, because this is to support the early career, of course. And the criteria is that they submit a paper, and that we give preference to solo papers. But in some fields, this is more important than in others. In some fields, in economics, for example, if you go to the job market with a paper co-authored with 3 people or with your supervisor, maybe it's more difficult. It depends on where you look. In the American job market, it's more difficult. So give preference to papers where it's easier to see the contribution of the young scholar. But it's not a rule. We see case by case and really judge the quality of the paper. For example, in Zurich, 2019, if I remember well, we gave one of the prizes to a paper authored by 2 young scholars. And they said, yeah, we were doing our thesis, we were sharing the office, and we started to do a paper together, and it was really good. And they got the prize, so they shared the prize. And the process is that they submit the paper to the conference, and they tick the case eligible for the Young Scholar Award. So it goes through the review process, the peer review process, as any other paper, with a blind and 2 reviewers. And then those that pass that filter, that is common to everyone, are then reviewed again for the young scholar by another group of academics. Sí, Manuel.
Hi, Catalina. I'm Manuel de Santes. Well, thanks a lot for your lecture. I follow EIPIP since the very beginning of EIPIP, and I admire profoundly what you are doing. I also participated in some EIPIP years ago, and I have to tell you that what she says about the awards is true. We have fostered our people, our doctorates, also through the network of EIPIN to participate, and in fact, last 2 years, 2 of them got one of the prizes. So please, this is to tell everybody that please send you people to EIPIP and send you people to the prizes. When you have 2 institutions which are sisters with different objectives, and it happens that you have 2 presidents, and the 2 presidents have chemical amongst them, then this is the very moment to get something more. So my question is, well, I wonder whether perhaps we could think of the possibility of getting closer in the cooperation by doing something specifically physical, which could be seen as the result of the cooperation. And perhaps you could have some ideas. I have a lot, but perhaps you could have some ideas on it.
Yeah, I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can explore that, and with the boards, right? With the agreement of the boards, think about organizing something. Laurent has always a lot of ideas, so.
This was exactly what I understand, Catalina, is that you both commit to bring you people to think of and to come to something. And this would be a great result of your presence here.
When is next year's, or you don't know yet, you have to announce tomorrow probably? Okay, yes. You will tell me.
We will announce later tomorrow the next committee, but above all, we will do a committee brainstorming in the light of your proposal, and from the EIPTN side, and see and consider how we could develop cooperation in various forms. I promise I'll submit it to our committee for due review, and with a positive eye on it that we will all probably have. So we will find ways to consider, but this is our committee will decide, as your committee will of course.
You've seen how big the committee is.
Yes. Ours is smaller. Ours is smaller in particular because we established a rule a few years ago that makes it smaller, in the sense that those who have not attended 2 EIPTN sessions are not anymore member of the committee. So, and that helps us keeping a very dynamic committee. And I pay tribute to the 2 members of the committee who are now in the room, and those who are also online in this very moment.
Okay.
Adoration, the microphone is here. You want simply to cross the road. Okay.
Catalina, thank you very much. I don't know if your association has discussed a position about COVID, yes, and how is the the relation with intellectual property rights. Have you discussed this subject and have you an official?
Yeah, we have discussed whether we should have official positions, and the answer is that we have decided we shouldn't. Yes, because we are independent, heterogeneous mix of researchers, and every time that this has come to a board meeting, whether we should have a position or whether we should have briefing papers or no, people prefer, so members, board members or members, we have now about 300 members, I've always voted that it's better to keep it plural, and so that's the answer. I forgot to say that in the conferences, apart from papers, we also accept themed sessions, proposals for themed sessions. So, for example, this year, apart from the themed session I mentioned by Frank Titze, there was a themed session proposed by a professor from Alicante, Aurelio López Tarruella. So I was very happy because being in Spain and me not having a strong network or a network at all with legal scholars from Spain, it was very good to have him there. And Raquel Chalabarde well, she chaired a session around a debate between Bernd Hugenholz and Pamela Samuelson about copyright in the US and Europe, and the video is there. So I don't want to take more time because, no? Next session.
Any other question? If there is one more question, we still have time. Otherwise, we warmly thank our friend for Catalina for being with us and for offering us to cooperate. We will determine together how we could further increase our activities by putting efforts together. I think I share with Catalina the vision that networks of tomorrow are networks that cooperate and not networks that are territorial and are closed.
Yeah.
So the whole idea is an open world, open networks for open world. So this is my personal position, and I'm sure many of us in our committee and in this room support approaches of freedom and openness. And this is what we try to construct also because this is what is useful to our stakeholders, to society. So thank you again so much.
Thank you.
With Catalina's presentation, we have now actually finished with session 2, which I just chaired for the end of it, and we are moving to session. We are now moving to session 3. Session 3, which is dedicated to innovative overall approaches for IP teaching. And as such, we have 3 presentations, one from Manuel de Santos Real, one from Hélène Goubi online, and one from Ruth Suttendorp online. So the first presenter made us the honor to be with us physically today. So Professor de Santos, please. Sí, ¿las ha puesto? Sí, no sé. Sara, ¿nos puedes? No sé dónde se va.
Sarah, you help us? Yeah, I guess it's here.
Yeah. No sé. ¿Dónde se pone? Okay. No sé.
Debe estar aquí.
While our colleagues are working on the last-minute technicalities, I don't know if I'll have enough time to present Professor Manuel de Santos Real. Professor Manuel de Santos Real has not only will he present today on the how IP master programs with digital law modules evolved to digital law master programs with IP modules. Not only will he present on this, but he will present this in the light of his gigantic European and worldwide experience on IP teaching, experience that he has developed far beyond IP teaching, having been the Vice President of the European Patent Office, being involved in many academic activities all over the planet and in many, many associations and bodies. He was the founder of the Magister Lucentinus, one of the most prestigious IP masters in Spain. And of course, he's the founder of the new master that is developed now by the University of Alicante, also on that covers IP, but that is related to high-tech law. So, Professor De Santes, it's a real honor that you could be with us today. And now, the floor is simply yours. Thank you for being back to the EIPTN family.
Thank you very much.
You've got your microphone here. Okay.
And here.
Or you can use the one you want.
Do you listen me? Yeah. Mm. So this is what you are going to get from for the next 20 minutes. Yeah. I'm an old guy, completely confused. Can I? May I? Yeah. Yes. Completely confused. So what I would like to translate to you is my experience and how do I feel after so many years at university level and moving up and down. Yeah.
We should also ask the staff to see the slides, in particular because slides from Professor De Santes are, that's it, they are a show in itself. So please go ahead.
Very good. So first, two disclosures. I'm going to provoke. I've been provoking my whole life, and I'm going to provoke. If what I say hurt someone, I'm very sorry. But so you are not obliged at all to agree with me. Rather the contrary. What you should is just to disagree and profoundly disagree. Yeah. But this is what provocation means. Provocation is the source of inspiration, and many times what happens is that those who provoke that others inspire themselves, and this is what I would like to do today with you. Provoke. Reasonably, but provoke, yeah? The second disclosure is that what it comes to you is the result of so many years approaching intellectual property from many different perspectives, from the university up front and now, but also from the European Union. I had the chance to work for a number of years as a member of the legal service of the European Union. I have came around 50 cases before the European Court of Justice, most of them on intellectual property. I had a chance also to serve at the European Patent Office for 8 years. Now I learned in an IP boutique. I've done a lot of arbitration mediation. This is just for you to have an understanding that what I bring to you, perhaps it's a little bit out of the box because it's necessary, it has to be out of the box. I'd like to deal with first rapidly with the strategy, so the why and then tactics. If you don't know the why, whatever what does not work at all. Yeah? So let's go to the strategy first. What is our experience at the University of Alicante? Just by chance, and I have to confess it, because one day someone decided that the OAMI had to go, the HOHIM had to go to Alicante. I was obliged, in brackets, let's say, pushed by my rector the very day it was announced to open a master on intellectual property. In fact, it was announced publicly. The newspapers got at the same, the local newspapers, let's say, got at the same time the news that the Office for the Harmonization of the Internal Market came to the Alicante, and that Alicante was going to open a master on intellectual property. What we did then is have a look outside the world and we managed to understand that there were some specific programs on intellectual property already. I'm talking 28 years ago, yeah, in the United States. So I took my suitcase and I moved to the United States, and I walked around for 3 weeks having a look to all of them. I was very attracted at this very moment by Chicago-Kent. The program of Chicago-Kent was a program in 1993 already, who was ambitious from the perspective of the third industrial revolution. So already the digital revolution, and I was an analogic paper man, and I had not been even listened that there was going to happen, this third industrial revolution. In Spain, in those days, there was no professional training at the university. There were 2 poles, let's say, as you know very well, in Santiago de Compostela, with Professor Carlos Fernández Novoa, more industrial property, and the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid with Professor Rodrigo Bertkovich, which was the copyright side. But there was no holistic understanding, and certainly there were no courses in those days. This was the analogic world. So these oblige us, let's say, to move into a program trying to respond to what IP lawyers needed at this very time, at this very moment in Spain and all around the world. So basically protection of inventions, protections of science, protections of creations in an analog world, yeah? So basically, again, IP protection, IP prosecution, IP litigation. And this was the beginning of the Magister Lucentinus, where we had a patent module, we had a trademark module, and only the 3rd year, because the students asked for, and then we understand that we needed a holistic vision, we introduced a copyright module. I have to confess also that for the very first 2 years, we were very obsessed in the trademark, and we open to patents, but we didn't move into the copyright until the 3rd year. So all in all, what we perceive as our experience during these 3 years is that intellectual property was a system which had been born, I am banalizing, obviously, yeah, to serve a given industrial revolution, mainly the second industrial revolution at the end of the 19th century. Of course, there's intellectual property before, but when Rome and Bern arrives, this system has been extremely useful. It has served to the second industrial revolution very well, and this is what we had to do at this very moment. Some years later, however, and this happened when I came back from Brussels, and I understood. I had been working in Brussels in the directive of InfoSoc. I had been working in the e-commerce directive. I had been working in the Europe.eu. I had been working in the first drafts of the regulation on data protection. The first draft is 1998. The regulation applied in 2018. And this shows the main message I would like to pass you. 20 years. When the regulation started being applied, the society was a completely different society, while the backbone of the regulation remains the one we started drafting 20 years earlier. Yeah. Then what we face is a first version of what's going to be the third industrial revolution. So personal digital data, internet, then social networks, then platforms, then geolocalization, which meant 4 exponential changes one after the other before human beings had the time to digest this exponential change. I was astonished because I realized it promptly that this had never happened in the history before. So human beings, as I try to bring to your attention later on, human beings have been evolving in a linear arithmetical way for 100,000 years. From time to time there was an exponential change invention of the wheel, or first industrial revolution, or the print. But there were time enough from one to another to come back to what we like, which is to grow in a linear way. And this is extremely relevant because all our structures, all the human structures are perceived, have been born to serve a society which moves in a linear way, including the law, including the legal order, including intellectual property, of course, but including also our democratic system as it was born in the 18th century. For the first time, we had 4 exponential changes: arrival of internet, multiplication by myriad of data, of personal data. Before we recover a second, social networks, then a third, geolocalization, then, or the arrival of the platforms, then geolocalization. I'm talking now only first part, let's say, of what I call the digital world number 1, which is personal data. The result was that we took the decision right away to open a special module called in those days Information Society Law in the master, at the end of the master. So the context was at this moment, the context was very easy to understand. We brought to the students the intellectual property system in an analog way, as we all know, which happened since more than 100 years ago. And then at the end, we said, and now how do we apply this to this, to this, to this, to this, and to this? This has been working for a while. I say for a while, because I put these figures in order to get some understanding. No? But 2020, we are not in the digital revolution anymore. We are in the first version of the digital revolution. We are in the 4th industrial revolution, which means digital world number 2, yeah? With a number of very relevant changes which oblige us to rethink how are we going to approach our world of intellectual property in order to serve better the society and the persons who have to serve the society, the experts of intellectual property. And our understanding was, first, it is clear today that we have come into a new era. It's not an era of changes, it's a new era where the changes are structural. And these structural changes are exponential and structural, both. So we will continue in the future working this way. And until now, we used to work linearly. Working linearly, a system like the legal system of the intellectual property system means that from time to time, once we had aligned the system to the development of the society, it was fine. But after a while, the system didn't evolve, but for the case law from time to time, society had evolved, there was a gap, and then it was easy to visualize the gap and then to jump into the society again by just changing the law or modifying it in a way that we started. This is a vicious or a glorious circle which we have been continuously moving this way and in a reasonable, good manner, let's say. What happens now is that the changes are exponentially one after the other. And then the way we have been behaving, our decision-making process, and our way of understanding all this just does not work at all. This is what we understood in 2020, and then you have to understand that we came into a profound crisis. Yeah? Society has changed in completely the cornerstones. The cornerstones today, in my view, are access, interoperability, open source, standards, and overall, a holistic and interconnected technologies. Technologies have been working in silos since technologies started, let's say, in our human understanding. When I work at the European Patent Office, I was astonished to see how the classification comes. It's boxes, yeah? So you enter here mechanics, and then boom, 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 and at the end you get the classification this way, completely silos. technologies didn't talk to each other. And then we understood also that suddenly the issue was not personal data anymore, but we had continued moving exponentially into Internet of the Things, blockchain, artificial intelligence, 5G, quantum, genomics, neurotech. And this meant non-personal data, basically. At the same time, and this is a good but bad news for professors of private international law like me, everything is international now, everything is cross-border, and this is not going to stop. At the same time, we move radically from a society where we had to reimburse, we had to reward the creators, so the novators, those who went into the novatio, bringing something new to the society, is clearly in the copyright arena, but also in the patents arena, while we were at 2020 in a society where the issue was not to reimburse or to reward those who create things, but those who go into the innovatio arena. Novatio was the past. Innovatio means bringing something new into the society. And at the same time, we needed an understanding where we had to move from the silo to a holistic advice. So what IP firms were requesting was not the classic analogic understanding, but a holistic advice in relation to digital business. I'll go very quickly there. You can have it later on, just in order to sustain our thesis that why we should change radically the way we explain intellectual property. There are new superstructures. Here you have, I brought 7. I could have brought more probably, but here you have 7 superstructures who didn't exist today. These superstructures are moving the society into a complete different understanding. Technologies, there are no new technologies. Technologies are old technologies. The problem, or the beauty, is that instead of being in silos, today you find them completely hybridized and fully interconnected. Here I put 19, I could have put a dozen more, or 40 or 50. These are news. No, they are not news. This means the imbrication and the hybridization of several different technologies. And this is completely new. And our approach cannot be the classic approach anymore. This means also that these technologies with these new superstructures had to be applied sectorial to all different sectors. And then we have here in this list, which again is just examples, then we can find here classic sectors and completely new sectors like biosensing or metabolic sensing or brain-computer interface, together with others like tourism, transport, energy, or agriculture, which means that we had to enroute everything within new sectorial applications. Do you really think that intellectual property, are you so naive to really believe that intellectual property is not going to change? Is someone here who really can support that we, intellectual property teachers, should continue offering our students a classic and analogic way, let's say, and methodology of coming to the system? I think this is not sustainable. But it's not only this. I live in 2041, that's my advantage. So from 2041, I can perceive what has happened in the last 20 years. Believe me, we moved to the 5th industrial revolution. You remember, Catalina, what is the title of the next year EPIP? For a better world. For a better world, for a better world. So IP has to fight for a better world, which means basically sustainability and climate change. And this means we have to come into a complete interdisciplinary approach. So the issue is how intellectual property fit with this world, not the other way around. The other way around is what I did in the Magister Lucentinus for 20 years, trying to fit the new world into the classic intellectual property. This cannot work anymore in our view. So how to do it this? Well, we have different answers. Nothing, we can do nothing is God's will, yeah? We are in troubles. Call someone to give you an answer. Panic, yeah? Burn everything, yeah? And start from scratch. Desperation. Let's see, would someone tell us what to do? I think that we have a fantastic opportunity, Laurent, we scholars, to learn how to sail profit in the wind. Because the same way we are moving into a world which is changing exponentially, and this is structural, we move into a world where crises are not cyclic anymore. Crises are systemic. Yeah? And then if we don't do this, I have the feeling this is what's going to happen. You have to understand I'm one of the oldest here in this physical room, so I have less time than you, Dori. Yeah? So I have to hurry, and I have to plead. And I come here to you to tell you that this is something which has to be done quickly. Quickly, please, quickly, 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 because things are changing in a way that we cannot afford to continue. Well, not always. Sometimes in Spain this is what happens, but change, 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 change. This used to be like that. Now is this, please. This is something we have to bring to our students again and again and again and again and again. The problem is today we are in number 8 in the exponential, so the third level. And in analogic, we would be in 6. We don't realize from 8 till 6, we don't see the difference. Just wait a bit and see when it will be 16, 18, 8, or will be 64, 12, 64, and you will see the difference. So in front of us, and I'm coming to an end, little by little, I learned at the European Patent Office, Catalina, that when you face something, when you face a challenge, you have to work with the scenarios. So here you have, in front of you, I present you 4 possible scenarios or reactions. I have talked to many people who say, listen, Manolo, come on, this is a déjà vu. This happened before. What we have to do is just wait and see. So I call this the stagnation scenario. There's a second scenario, could be the adaptation scenario. So let's adapt our teaching to the new world and see what happens. But there are other 2 possible scenarios. The third one is the distortive scenario. The distortion scenario does not mean that we take the whole IP system or the way we have been dealing with the IP system to our students, throw it away and start from scratch, but certainly we think out of the box, and we try to move an out-of-the-box understanding, and we open an honest discussion on how to do it. And the fourth scenario is just reinvention. So a new system in the sense that a new way of approaching the way we deal with our students on intellectual property, especially in the postgraduate world. So this has tremendous consequences, economic consequences, this is something you know, social consequences, obviously, geopolitical, electronic public administration consequences, lawmaking process consequence, and intellectual property. A bit of the same. Don't be naive, please. The intellectual property system was created to serve a society which does not exist anymore. And this has a lot of consequences in our daily way of understanding intellectual property. I do believe in these 4 new principles. And this means a change of panorama. Intellectual property, as a provocation, is today a vaseline to support innovation. And this means a change of professional business models, public service models, but also education models. Let me move rapidly. I guess everybody will have this presentation, yeah?
Yes, when you will send it to me, yes.
I will, yeah. I will. So let me move to the end. How do we see today the IP world, and how are we going to translate it to our students? Yeah. What I see is a system basically designed in the 19th century which tries to adapt to the 21st century. And sometimes this does not work. Yeah. I see a system which is still based on the message, more applications, the better for the system, more support to big enterprises, the better for the system, and the conviction according to which more titles is better for the system, and there is no room for discussion there. And this has consequences which I'd like to translate to another way of, and I'm concluding, another way of understanding how to address our students. This is the reason why we have come to the understanding that we have to change completely our backbone, our starting point. And instead of starting through intellectual property, we have to start through the digital world. I would better say the cognitive world today, but let's say the digital world, which is more sexy for the time being, yeah, and attract more people probably. This means that the skills the IP lawyers need probably today start from understanding the digital business, having a holistic advice, or giving, or being able to provide a holistic advice in relation to digital business. And then IP classic issues are a very big concern, certainly, but not the central one. And this is why we have proposed to move into master's programs on digital law, where intellectual property issues are a very, very important component, where they come into every single lecture, but the syllabus is conceived with digital business as their backbone. The first 3 weeks is addressed basically for lawyers, and then the first 3 weeks means engineers, mathematics, economists, arriving there and giving them a complete understanding of what artificial intelligence, what Internet of Things, what an algorithm, and what the arrival of the blockchain or the arrival of the quantum means. And it's only then when we can start moving with other kind of topics, like understanding the interface between law and digital technologies. I've listed some of them, yeah? Every one of these topics has a component of intellectual property. Or cross-border relationships in the cyberspace, or global innovation law and policy, legal tech and law, legal aspects of blockchains, copyright in the digital environment. So this is what we have started this year, as the same way which happened in 28 years ago when I was much younger, and I started Magister Lucentinus. We had no idea how to do it. We didn't know how to do it. We were failing and testing and again failing and again testing. This is exactly what we have started today in Alicante. We have no clear understanding of what at the end we will get, but at least we have started. This is what we find, certainly, every single day, and we do expect you will support us in this endeavor, because I'm convinced that in some years, most of the IP teaching and most of the IP understanding and most of the clear understanding of how IP should be taught in universities will come from the digital, the cognitive, and the fifth industrial revolution. And it's there where intellectual property has to find their place, not the other way around. We should not forget, and I finish with that intellectual property is not more and not less than a tool to serve a society, the society which is at present, not the society of the past. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Manuel. Are there any questions from the audience?
Thank you very much.
Say all this is bullshit and...
No, I think that, I don't know if everybody here was looking at the photograph and the pictures, and I was sweating and anxious on my heart, and everything was going on at the same time. And I think everybody's the same, getting anxiety about this. Fully support that, but let's be honest, okay? You do have a team in Alicante of IP lawyers, great people. But there are other universities in which we are just one in IP. How do we do this magnificent work? For a start, I also teach in computing. And of course, I have to start learning myself about what is artificial intelligence, what is data science, and all of these little things. And when you put at the end all the things that you're looking at, I look, this is great, but I can't. I physically can't cover all of that. So can you give us some recommendations? Yes, we want to teach the students the future, what is happening at the moment, but how can we possibly, or where can we start with this magnificent thought of today?
Thank you very much. Of course, that's a great question. Well, understand you can't. I can't either, but I'm there. I'm trying to, I have joined just the master on, I'm 62, and I have just started a master on artificial intelligence. So I'm not going to retire before I master this, first. Second, it's true in Alicante we have a good team, we have a magnificent team of civil lawyers dealing with copyright law who have to adapt to the digital and then come to the digital and then from the digital to intellectual property. We have also, I have a good team, that's true. But the backbone of our program is composed by our computer engineers, our university, our economists, our mathematics, our physics, and the professors of chemistry. And what we have is, in Spain, intellectual property, we don't have a specific topic called intellectual property, at least as a big topic during the law degree, but we have it in masters. There are quite an amount of masters on intellectual property, and I'm referring to a master degree. It is there in the master degree where we all have to start thinking on how to change the paradigm. And there in a master degree on intellectual property, you are not alone. Certainly, there are a lot of people there. What we do is that we try to find the people who know, and the people who know all over the world. And if we cannot do it physically because they are far, then we try to do it online. And also, we ask for the support of our, sorry if I am a bit long, but I would like to remark this. What we have done, we are just 1 month old, yeah? But what we put into place from the very beginning is the cooperation of the students. The students have to understand that this is the first year, that we don't know exactly how to maneuver, we have to be honest, that we do our best, that we are putting a huge effort, but that they have to guide us. And you cannot imagine unto what extent the students have exponentially brought all sorts of materials, all sorts of webinars all over the world. Today, at this very moment, there were 4 different webinars, free webinars, organized all over the world, which were put at the disposal of our students for today afternoon, because Fridays they don't have lectures. I don't know whether I gave you an answer, probably not, but I don't say also that that we have to change from one day to another. What I claim, and that's why I came here today, and I'm very happy that you receive us, because I'm talking on behalf of many people who are behind me. What we claim is for cooperation amongst those who are pleading for moving into the future. I don't know how and in what way. and then giving all sort of giving our experience, let's say, and explaining our experience to, let's say, professors like you who felt a little bit alone in your own university. But you are very right that it is extremely important at the same time, if we want to change from one place to another, first, you cannot say no. If you say no, you never change. But second, we have to develop our networks, Laurent. That's extremely relevant because there are universities like yours, perhaps, where you could have students and even doctorate students who feel very isolated. And we have to put this into an end. And we are not many people, we know mostly each other. We have to close definitely this difference between copyright experts and industrial property expert. This should not exist anymore, I'm very sorry. Intellectual property is a holistic tool, and using different tools within this tool, and we need to cooperate, especially with those universities who need more support.
Any additional question? Ulrika, please. I would just wish to add a small comment. I can't agree more than with what you are saying, that the fact that the division between copyright and industrial property is completely dead. And in the few countries where it still survives, in particular for the careers of the colleagues, this is really, really becoming a big hassle. So there is a major need, that's my personal view, there is a major need to put an end to dividing a topic that is full of connections between the various topics. Ulrika, the floor is yours.
Yeah, firstly, I just want to thank you for a really brilliant and very interesting presentation. I just wanted your comment on one more thing that I missed a bit on your presentation, and that's more like, I also see that if you go back in time, you can see that it was more like pro-globalization before and in trade and so on, and now we see a movement also on more like anti-globalization, and how that also affects IP. Can you say something on?
Thank you, Ulrika. Very brief. I don't call this renationalization. I don't want, I refuse to call this renationalization. What I believe that we should move into a globalization environment, which is not the same. The globalization in the sense that we will be able to understand everything which happens all over the world will not change anymore. This is an asset. Yeah. Now what happens is that for reasons of sustainability, for reasons also of climate change, we're going to move back, let's say, to our places in a globalization environment. But the globalization environment implies the globalization. It's a part of the globalization. And then the second part of your question, I'm going to say something not politically correct, yeah? Perhaps we moved, and I understand it's a former vice president of the EPO saying this, yeah? Perhaps we moved too quick into the globalization of the intellectual property system. Perhaps we didn't think thoroughly that there are many societies who had to move from imitation to creativity, and from creativity to innovation, and then from innovation to protection of intellectual property. And we oblige them perhaps to come right away from imitation to full intellectual property. And this is something which within the framework of TRIPS, it is possible perhaps to keep a little bit under certain flexibility. Yeah? And then I finish with that. I'm furiously against the renationalization of the IP systems. It took a hell of time and effort to move the system into a global, but perhaps in order to try to avoid this renationalization, we should try to bring more flexibilities on board. And this is something we have to translate also to our students. Of course, we are banalizing in a way, Ulrika. This is much more complex than what we can say in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Thank you. And let me say before finishing that what we are doing now in Alicante is not more than following our big brother. Fortunately, we have a big brother, and the big brother is the Bocconi program, who is already in his 4th year of law of internet. So. 5th year. 5th year, exactly. 5th year, and I've been in the 5 years. So you know, imitation is good. Please, imitation is good. Creativity is better, and innovation is the best. Yeah. But don't forget that we human beings, we have grown through imitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor De Santes. Thank you so much, Manuel, for this. I shall now give the floor to a speaker who will talk to us from the Netherlands. So, Helen Gubi from the Rotterdam School of Management of Erasmus University will present on teaching intellectual property from the ethical and sustainability perspective. So exactly in line with what we have discussed, with your comments, with Ulrika's words. So Hélène, you are online and the floor is yours. So we are listening at you from all over the world, but also from the room in Madrid.
Window screen. Oh, no. I'm having small problems here. Select window or screen.
So using the purple button.
Yeah, allow.
Let me.
So I'll show you entire screen. Need to be able to get to my PowerPoint presentation. Oh wow, no, that's not correct, is it? Could I have a little help here, please? I wish to show my PowerPoint.
So in order to share your screen, which is the best option, I would propose that you click on the purple button of the Blackboard template. So there is a purple button on the right-hand side, lower right.
Yes, I've got that, and I've also got share application.
There is a square button, and if you click on the square button, there is a function called share screen.
Yeah, I've got that, and I've already clicked on that.
Then you click on the screen itself where you see it presented several times. And from this share screen, if you have opened your PowerPoint, it will be displayed automatically.
I have a thing that comes up and says window or screen, select screen, window or screen, but I have no possibility to click on allow.
You are moderator, so you have. I propose the following, Helen, if you don't mind. We could make, while you are checking this, and basically there is the share screen button. There is a share screen button, and from there.
Yeah, I've done that. But I get a window that comes up that says select window or screen. Which I then click on. If I click on this, allow, you are sharing, but I don't get to see my desktop.
You should click again on the screen itself in the left-hand side, and then we will all see what you are seeing. We were just seeing it now.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me, Helen? You should have on your, I've got here the system. So you have on the right, on the bottom right, you have a violet. You see the violet one? Once you click on it, there is a new window that opens, and there you have like the second voice is share screen.
This
Just
is a square button
screen.
at the bottom.
Yeah, I've done all that. I've actually done all
And then
that.
you click in the middle of your screen and say share screen on the blue button. In the alternative, in order not to delay our audience, we could move to, if she's online, to Ruth Suttendorp's presentation. Then we would do the coffee break, and then we would move to your presentation. Oh yeah, that's it, that's it. You are at it. You are close to it.
We can show you, if you watch in the screen, we can show you what you have to do. You have to go here, right? And then here, this voice. Have you done it? This voice.
I can't see anything.
So perhaps we shall do it during the break. I would propose that we invert the order and make Ruth Suttendorp presenting. Then we will do the coffee break, and then during the break, we will help you with the technicalities which will avoid to delay our audience. Would you agree with this, Ellen and Ruth?
Okay.
Okay.
I just don't really understand why it didn't work.
Okay, so Ruth,
okay.
You are okay?
Well, hang on. I think it's yes.
Okay.
Did that work?
No.
Uploading. IP ethical and sustainability. It says converting and uploading.
It may take some time. That's what we're saying here from the, let's say, the technical.
Yeah. So this is why it's perhaps good that we switch the order and give the floor now to Ruth Suttendorp so that we do not delay the presentation. So the floor is to Ruth. Thank you.
Okay, so I sympathize with Helen because I have got the same image in front of me of share blank whiteboard, share application screen, share camera, share files.
Okay,
so,
at this stage, you click on the share file button.
Oh, share file.
No, I'm sorry. Share screen. Share screen, which is a square button.
Share screen. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then, when there is a share screen, you will see that your image is, you will have 10 times your image.
Maybe the problem is that you are not sharing the screen, but you are sharing just the file. And it's better if you open the file and then you share the screen. Because once you click on the button, you will have the two choices. So if you share just the file, it will take time. It doesn't work. You share the screen, and you open the file, and that's it.
Yeah, you should open your file before sharing the screen. Right, that's it. Congratulations.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, Helen, go for it. Go for it.
It's just come up. Does that work for everybody? Can everybody see it?
Yes.
So now we shall do the presentation of teaching intellectual property from the ethical and sustainability perspective. And then Ruth, you would follow with that. Is it okay for everybody? Yes. Okay, so we go ahead so that we don't lose time on these technicalities. So.
Okay, I'm so sorry, and I hope that is all working fine for everyone. Can everybody hear me all right?
Okay.
Yes, and can everybody see the slides?
Exactly. It's okay now. So please go ahead. You have, as we are a bit late in the time, you have 15 minutes, and then the floor will be to Ruth.
Yes.
Okay.
I will start exactly on time then. As we all know, the COVID pandemic has deeply affected educational institutions, and we've all had our fair share of having to move over to digital lectures and digital exams. But I think perhaps an unexpected consequence of the pandemic was that patents became a subject for public discussion. And I found students who had never given any thought to intellectual property now started to be interested in what intellectual property actually meant and how it could affect individuals. And I think the trigger for this was the COVID-19 vaccine discussion. All of the various vaccines were patent protected, but this raised questions about should COVID vaccinations be patented? Was it right that private companies own the intellectual property rights on this medical innovation? Something that the world at large desperately needed. So if we were looking at this from a global societal perspective, could patent protection on these vaccines be justified? And what we've seen, and here's an example on the PowerPoint, there was protest. WTO, free COVID-19 from patent protections. So I think that the social impact of intellectual property rights cannot and indeed should not be ignored when teaching students a course on IP. And it really would be hard to think of a more appropriate time to inspire students to think about the social impact of intellectual property rights than now in the wake of the pandemic. So to the aims of the course. The purpose of the course is to inspire students to think about the social impact of intellectual property rights. Do these rights promote or hinder social well-being and sustainable development? Now, in order for students to be able to have anything like a serious discussion about these issues, they must, of course, be familiar with what IP actually is and what rights the law provides to creative people such as inventors, authors, and designers. And so it is important to provide students with a basic understanding of the main forms of IP. Given the special subject of vaccine patents, I've paid particular attention to patents. And as you all know, because if protection is awarded, monopolies are created, as the monopoly holder now has the power to exclude others from using the intellectual property without the owner's permission for a number of years. So are these monopolies necessary to promote innovation? Are these monopolies socially desirable? Now, once students understand the basics of IP law, debate on the social impact of IP is possible and an important element of the course. And I would like to stress here that although the teacher may have a personal opinion, and I do, but keep that to myself, the aim of the course is to prompt students to reach their own conclusions based on the theoretical framework of the course and case study assignments. So, a system of intellectual property monopolies, good or bad for society? And I think to encourage students to reflect upon the role of IP, it's important to present differing opinions, and you can use that using your course material or parts of the literature presented by others. And for the purpose of this presentation, I've just picked on two. One, of course, there are lots of scholars who have very strong ideas about intellectual property rights, but I've chosen one modern one that is very much for intellectual property rights and one that's against this system of intellectual property monopolies. And a modern example of this is Robert Merges, and his book title rather gives it away, Justifying Intellectual Property. And he sees IP protection as an essential and appropriate reward for creative members of society. And on the other side, we have people like Michael Baldwin, who very often works together with David Levine. And again, the title of their book gives it away as well, Against Intellectual Property or Monopoly. And they are vehemently against this regulating of the use of ideas, which they believe creates a socially inefficient monopoly. So I think it's interesting for students to be presented with this, the justifications for, the justifications against. And that once they've had these pros and cons, it's interesting to give them a chance to look for examples, maybe examples of where firms have benefited from IP protection, as well as the consumer. So this is an example that they might very well come across. It's the Anyway Up cup invented by Mandy Haberman. And anyone who has had a small child will know this is a very good invention for consumers to have access to. And Haberman has been very open about the fact that without patent protection, she would not have been able to fight off the copycats, and she would not have been able to reap the benefits of having this invention. But on the other hand, a product can fail to be successful exactly because it did not have IP protection. And there's a good cautionary tale here. A good example for students is the Lunatic case. And here Lunatic designed a conversion kit that allowed people to wear their iPod Nanos as wristwatches. And they had this tremendously successful crowdfunding campaign where they raised $1 million on Kickstarter, but they had not arranged IP rights for their product. And within no time, competing products diluted Lunatic's market share, and they ended up making far fewer sales than anticipated. And their innovation failed due to the lack of intellectual property rights, which eventually led to significant losses. So in effect, their product was stolen. And it could be argued that without IP protection, smaller and less experienced entrepreneurs can be cheated, and that's not good for innovation. But on the other hand, examples could be found of the way IP is used that may not be beneficial to society. IP can be used as a strategic tool in competition. Is that use always ethical? And this is something also that we have to lay in front of our students, because knowing about IP law is not enough. Students have to understand how IP is used as a strategic tool. Yes, some strategies may be legal, but are they ethical or good for society? What is the possible cost to society of this strategic use of intellectual property rights? And I think some of the common patent strategies illustrate Baldwin and Levine's view of IP as giving rise to socially inefficient monopolies. I just list these here, squeezing others out with cease and desist. We know that smaller, innovative companies might be squeezed out by such letters from more dominant companies. Take another one. Offensive blocking. The patentee does not intend to use the invention. The patents are meant only to hinder competition by blocking viable alternatives. That was never the intention of the patent system. It was meant to protect from imitation. And what we have with this kind of usage is that it's not possible for competitors who have maybe developed good improvements to these inventions. They can't bring that to market because they have no access to the underlying technology. And we have to ask ourselves, is that good for society? Multiple patents. Here, one company holds multiple patents relating to the same product or process. And this has the effect of locking down discrete features and prevents access by competitors to any device that contains any of those features. Now, we can see, knowing that patents are very expensive, that this is a game that can only be played by larger firms that have the financial resources to do this. So we can immediately see that the intellectual property landscape is not a level playing field. Competitors will need time, effort, and money to fight their way through all the relevant patents covering the technology. So, in effect, you're squeezing out these smaller firms that don't have financial resources to put the time and effort into all this. They're not going to enter the market. And furthermore, the chance that the competitor's invention may infringe one of the many claims in one of the many patents is higher. So again, in effect, you're locking out competitors. And how about aggressive licenses? It may be possible for a company to control its patented inventions well downstream. And a good example that we probably all know by now is the Monsanto license agreement for the genetically modified soybean seed. And according to this license, farmers were only allowed to use the Monsanto seeds for one season's crop. They were not allowed to keep back seeds from that crop for a second season. Evergreening. Strategy used by companies to extend the benefits of their patent right beyond the original patent duration. So when the term of the patent is about to end, these companies make minor variations to the existing patented invention and file for new patents, thus in effect extending their monopoly. This is legal. They have every right to file these new patents. And we know that this is common practice in the pharmaceutical industry, where brand name companies patent slight modification of old drugs to deter the entry of cheaper generic drugs. And a perfect example for students to have a look at is the Lundbeck case. Lundbeck was a pharmaceutical company that had a blockbuster antidepressant drug, citalopram. But bad news for Lundbeck was that the patent was expiring and the active ingredient of citalopram was going to be in the public domain. So they were filing minor patents related to the manufacturing process. Well, they had a right to do that. They were actually, though, in trouble with the European Commission because they went one step further than this and entered into pay-for-delay agreements with various generic drug companies. They were fined for this by the European Commission, and in March this year, the European Court of Justice confirmed what the European Commission had said and fined Lundbeck and the 4 generic manufacturers. But again, there was really nothing wrong in filing these minor alterations. And again, the idea was to keep out the cheaper generic drugs. Is that good for society? So how do these intellectual property rights, and in particular the strategic use of these rights, affect the goals of sustainability? When is patent protection a vital stimulus to invention and social welfare? And when might it stand in the way of widespread accessibility to that innovation? Now, way back in 1987, the United Nations produced a report, and they called upon educational institutions to help create the awareness that is necessary to further sustainable development. And I'm so pleased that in the discussion so far, the term sustainability has already cropped up by Catalina and Manuel. And I do think this is going to become one of the major issues in intellectual property. The UN produced 17 development goals, and here they all are. And I think an important part of coursework here is a group assignment. And this project can be chosen by the group, but will be a case study based on one of the United Nations Sustainability Goals, SDGs. For the purposes of this presentation, and keeping it short, I'm just going to look at 2 possibilities that could be used for such projects. SDG 2, Zero Hunger, and SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being. And the idea would be then that students are looking at these issues from the point of view of pros and cons of intellectual property. So if we look at the zero hunger, IP protection on crop production, is this beneficial to society? And here are the top 10 genetically modified foods. And genetically modified foods can be a huge bonus because they can make crops resistant to insects or fungi, and developing that technology that can allow farmers to have successful crops, abundant crops, particularly in poorer parts of the world, is certainly a step to reducing hunger in developing countries. However, where there are intellectual property rights, the price that may be demanded for a license may obstruct access to such crops and their more widespread use in poorer parts of the world. IP protection on medicinal drug production, is that beneficial to society? Will that promote SDG 3, good health and well-being? Well, we know that intellectual property rights on drugs are usually held by commercial pharmaceutical companies. And yes, bringing a drug to market is a time-consuming and expensive process. And yes, drug development is also a risky endeavor, and these are typically some of the reasons that are brought to the fore by pharmaceutical companies for the price they charge. But is leaving drug development to the private sector socially desirable? We know that states often help to finance drug developments, for example, through publicly funded universities. Should such an important product not stay in the public sector rather than being left to market forces, given these drugs in some cases literally do mean life or death for individuals? So what outcomes do we expect from such a course or such a course module? Well, the purpose of a course or module, a shorter time, on intellectual property in the context of ethics and sustainability is to stimulate students to think about this subject from a broader perspective. So not just the problems of law, the problems of developing more global ideas of intellectual property law, but in what ways does an intellectual property system promote social welfare? And in what ways might this system hinder social welfare? And the idea is to generate student debate. They do their course assignments, they read the pros and cons, the literature of people who are for and against. And I think it's great then to have student debates on the merits and on the shortcomings of intellectual property protection. And I think that will be a very interesting and enjoyable aspect of the course for the students, but also for the teachers. Thank you for your attention, and if you do have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you, Helen, for your presentation, and I'm so happy you made it. So this is really a topic of tomorrow, and this is very much connected to what we have discussed earlier also in the presentation made by our colleague, Professor De Santes, and our committee member, Professor Venersten. Any question from the audience? Ulrika, Professor Venersten.
Very quick, I don't think I have to inform you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No, it's not working. Well, it's not working anymore, so I will ask the question anyway. Thank you so much. It was really interesting and fascinating presentation. I just wanted to know how many credits are the course on, because it's very interesting to know if it's like 10 weeks or...
So how many credits? I can repeat it from the microphone here. Professor Venersten asks how many credits are granted for this course.
6. It's a master level course. It's 6 credits.
So that 6 ECTS credits, therefore.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay.
It is an elective, so it's not a compulsory course.
Excellent. Any additional question? So thank you, Helen, and also your predecessors for having introduced a super important element of sustainability in our conference. I would now propose to give the floor to Ruth Suttendorp. We will discuss including decolonization, ethical and sustainable IP education in an IP management module. So we are also connected to the topic of sustainability, but this time in the approach of an IP management module. So Ruth, the floor is yours. So same operation.
Okay,
yes. So
can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Thank you for being technology
Okay.
compliant. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm amazed myself. So first of all, EIPTN, thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm so sorry not to be with you, not to be brave enough to have gone through Heathrow Airport to join you, but it's lovely to be with you or via whatever this is, Zoom or Blackboard or something. I had a premonition of Helen's session, and as a result, I'm really focusing on ethics and decolonization rather than sustainability, because I think she has covered that very well. So what I'm going to do is the following. To share with you, as Helen has shared her approach to integrating ethics and sustainability, I'm going to share with you my experience of teaching for the first time in autumn 2020 a module on IP law and management at Bayes Business School. And whilst my mini bio in the program says, speaks of my historic attachment to Bournemouth, which lives on as an associate director of the Centre for IP Policy and Management, my current actual teaching and research activity centres around City University's Business School. Okay, so Zeitgeist. I go back to the summer of 2020 and the murder of George Floyd, which made such an impact in so many people's minds, and especially people who had not previously been disrupted by notions of what place has racism awareness in our education. So institutions that had previously not overtly considered raising their standards on attitudes to diversity were beginning to do so. And at City University, that manifests in embarking on the process of changing the name of its business school. It's a world-renowned business school, and it's called, it has been known as the Cass Business School. But Sir John Cass had been a key figure in the Royal African Company, which had been involved in the Atlantic slave trade. This struck me, and I was aware in the university that a group of academics were forming a group to discuss decolonization of the syllabus. And I was curious what that group, how that group would be tackling the various issues that the syllabus presents, certainly in the United Kingdom, on the subject of decolonization. And I realized very quickly that I could no longer offer an IP law and management module that didn't pay due respect to ethics and decolonization. So I've always paid, not so I've paid lip service, but I've always, en passant in my IP teaching, mentioned ethics, and particularly in a very much abbreviated form, that ethics that Helen has touched on in such full detail. And that's not least because, as Helen has found, non-law students as well as law students are quite likely to present ethical challenges to IP right monopolies themselves, particularly in the area of patents. I remember researching one of the papers I wrote many years ago, reading about MIT students who say, we are so pleased to have the opportunity to do the research, we don't care what happens as a result of it. We don't want to get involved in patent because patent has this negative sort of aspect as well as its positive aspect. So for the first time, for my module last autumn, I chose to devote 1 week of the module's 11 weeks to ethics and decolonization. And I did that using Cultura presentations and one pair-share discussion, which is a model you've probably come across, but I came across it as a recommendation on, in fact, the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam's website as how to cope with going online. And what it involves is one student is paired with another student. They read something individually, they discuss it together, and together they form a number of points to post up on the module. Student responses to the module I developed were positive, and that was an encouragement. So, where am I up to? Right, yeah. So how did I kind of get into the topic? I've put the link here to the WIPO magazine article of 2019, which I found particularly helpful and will refer to on a number of these slides. And the other was the book published in 2020 by Dutfield and Suther Salmon, and I'm going to go to my bookcase for a moment to get the exact title. It's the second edition of their Global Intellectual Property Law book, and I would highly recommend that to anybody who is approaching ethics from the in IP from the perspective that I am here. I've now lost everything. Hang on just a second. Where is it? Okay, so we're back again. So the challenge of knowledge economies. And before I go any further, I want to make clear that the course I teach this module on is a course for a master's course for people doing masters in innovation, creativity, and leadership. So their focus is less on patent than on a scientific course, for example. So the challenge of knowledge economies. All IP rights start with an idea, expression of knowledge. We exist in knowledge economies. But Dutfield and Suther Salmon point out, even from this very early engagement with the elements that underpin intellectual property rights, there is a cultural bias. There's a bias in how we use terms like knowledge economy, information society. The effect of the bias is to underestimate the presence and vital role of applied knowledge in all societies, including those appearing to be the most backward and traditional. And that's kind of an abbreviation, but that perspective, I think, is tremendously important, particularly as more and more we are teaching intellectual property to student groups that are diverse and represent European and non-European developed and less developed countries. So a second element, which particularly relevant to the Masters in Innovation, Creativity and Leadership students, was to focus on cultural appropriation and intellectual property. And again, the WIPO magazine article was very helpful. How they defined it was as an act by a member of a relevantly dominant culture of taking a traditional cultural expression and repurposing it in a different context without authorization, acknowledgement and/or compensation in a way that causes harm to the traditional cultural expression holders. So changing the cultural context, where there's a power imbalance between the taker and the holder. And we've seen that historically manifesting in the patents, for example, that developed world companies have been able to obtain over knowledge that is indigenous in the making of medicines, pharmaceuticals, and so on. And also the absence of the knowledge holders' involvement. So cultural appropriation and decolonization. Decolonization was a more difficult one to consider from the perspective of the United Kingdom, because there were few examples to give of how decolonization can take place, particularly in the intellectual property fields. And it was useful to draw on the work of Caroline and Kuba from South Africa and her work, and I found her examples very helpful. But decolonization is the undoing of colonialism, which is the process whereby a nation establishes and maintains its domination of overseas territories. It's a concept which applies particularly to the second half of the 20th century, the colonial empires established prior to World War I. Decolonization of the law syllabus is slowly happening. And there's an article here that, if this is an area of interest to you, you will find interesting. But what about decolonization of the IP syllabus? Hello? I can hear other voices. Is that okay? So this... Hello?
Yes?
I can hear other voices. I can hear other voices.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Who is doing something about decolonization? And decolonization, I think the one example that I think is useful coming from a European country is the fact that our museums, sort of cultural centers of colonized colonial capture of art and artifacts, is being digitized. So it's one thing for governments to realize that the artifacts need to be returned to the country from which they came, but at the same time, the museum, the country that has been holding these artifacts in a museum, is in the process of digitizing those artifacts. Who should own rights in those digitizations? And Creative Commons recognized this and realized that, yes, of course, the researchers or the officials who've done the documenting own a copyright, but what about the people who own the original artifacts? And their response to that was to come up with the formulation of different traditional knowledge licenses which enable agreements to be established between holders of colonial items and the digitized format of those items. So proceeding from that kind of introduction to how did I actually get the message across in the sessions, I've first of all referred to ethics and trade secrets, about which there isn't an awful lot, but trade secret law, if you look into it, does try to maintain and promote standards of commercial ethics and fair dealing. There was richer ground to be found looking at trademarks, and I use the example of the Washington Redskins, which is an American National Football League team, and they had used the mark of a face of a Native American Indian face since 1930s. It had been controversial since the 60s, and they finally, the protesters finally had that mark removed as a mark in 2020. So that's historic, but what about more recent? Disney applied for a trademark on the phrase Hakuna Matata and eventually got it. In 2018, large numbers of people signed an online petition claiming that granting the phrase Hakuna Matata trademark registration status was cultural appropriation, colonialism, and robbery. And they termed it an assault on the Swahili people and Africa as a whole. And more recently, the product Uncle Ben's rice went through the process, and I'm sure also stimulated by the death of George Floyd, the murder of George Floyd, and it's now marketed as Ben's Original. So trade secrets and trade marks, copyright and design. Because of the nature of my students on this program, I'm looking at the fashion industry, and several examples are around. A company copying Inuit parka designs, looks like a fabulous sweater, but with nothing going back to the people from whom the designs were stolen. Nike using Guna culture artwork in their trainer and having to remove it. And Louis Vuitton's Basotto blankets, which were an inspiration in 2007. There's good news though, which is that more recently, Christian Dior and Ivory Coast, Christian Dior is one of the companies that's working to redress the balance. So recognizing the value that, or design value coming from indigenous people, but nevertheless the need to put something back. And they're working now with Uniwax, the company based in the Ivory Coast, using traditional methods. I spoke about patents, and again, a very reduced comment along the lines of what Helen did so much more fully. But starting really from pre-COVID, does a successful company have the right to recoup the money they spent developing vaccine by choosing to protect a new vaccine with a patent? And I think there's a lot of conversation to be had on what has happened with HIV, AIDS, and how that protection would develop. Obviously to refer to the Open COVID pledge and the other initiatives that have developed since the development of COVID vaccinations. So we're able to cover trademarks and copyright and design, patents and secrets, and then artificial intelligence and machine learning, the ethical implications there. And I think it's interesting that in 2018, a WIPO journal doesn't mention the word ethics in an article about artificial intelligence and machine learning, yet by 2020, the UK IPO was running an open consultation on views about development of artificial intelligence in respect of patents and how we should respond. And one of the consultation's questions was, do restrictions on the availability of patent rights cause problems for ethical oversight of AI inventions? And I think the previous speaker, Mr. De Santos, who I challenged to his claim to be the oldest participant today, but I'm not saying how old I am. Ethical thinking will be intrinsic to policy and lawmaking regarding AI and patent law. And I think anybody who watched the news this week and heard about AIDA, the AI artistic bot who's got into a little bit of hot water in Egypt, will be echoing that comment. So that's just a kind of a thumbnail of how managed in a 1 week of learning on a module, getting the students to read, to do their one-pair shares and to watch some presentations, brought in ideas, specific ideas of ethics and decolonization to their module. So conclusions are, you've had this snapshot, and the student feedback, as I said at the beginning, was very positive. I've started a couple of weeks ago the same module with the 2021 intake, and in my introductory session I was already bombarded with questions: will we be discussing ethics in this module? So it's definitely of the moment, it's high in the students' minds, and I think the responses to it are timely now and are going to be even more essential as we progress. So I look forward to EIPTN 2022 and seeing people in face-to-face. And if anybody would like to contact me, this is my the best number to get me at. Thank you. I've finished.
Excellent. Any questions from the audience on this really essential topic if we want to be also global in intellectual property? Questions in the chat? Yes, yes, please.
Patricia here, thank you.
Yes, Patricia, and then Caroline Coles, who is online. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I think that this will be linked tomorrow with my presentation, which is about inclusivity. I think that when we talk about ethics, we need to make aware our students in the classroom of what is going on in other sectors. You touch upon
Okay.
Thank you. You touch upon traditional knowledge, genetic resources. There's so many things out there that we could bring into the table, and of course to have critical thinking and allow students from both sides, from students that are here in Europe, to understand a little bit more of what is happening outside Europe. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I think 100% with you. For me, genetic resources, traditional knowledge is really close to my heart, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this comment, Patricia. Actually, we will have comments tomorrow as well on how European IP teaching is perceived from outside Europe. So we are in the European Association, but we are not a Eurocentric group, and we want really to share with others. Any additional question? Perhaps I would take them in the room and then give the floor to Caroline calls with online from Aston in the UK. No question? Then Caroline, please.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Yes. Super. Really interested to hear about that, Ruth. I was wondering what your view would be for the rationale or the reasoning or the behind those trademarks being taken away from the areas where there has been cultural appropriation, because I get the impression that it's on the grounds more of the brand's commercial reputation deciding to pull their use of the trademarks rather than any success of any legal challenge on sort of bad faith.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that means there's a weakness in the law here.
I think the law is always slow. It's always slow to catch up, and the provisions we've got, I only know UK trademark law, but the provisions we've got to bar trademarks which will be immoral or against the public interest, they're there. But those provisions are slow. I mean, the most recent one I remember is FC UK. Challenge and winning. Every time I try and teach it in a classroom, I have to be very careful how I present it. But what we're seeing is, I think, something I also make very clear when I talk, especially to non-lawyers, to sort of business school students about trademarks, which is that reputation is so significant, and reputation is, in a way, uber law. It's bigger than the law. So if you've had a picture of a red Indian on your helmet, and for many, many years that's been your trademark, and there is a groundswell of unhappiness amongst people who you would like to be your supporters, you respond. If you've been selling rice with a benign picture of an African face, and there is a groundswell that people should not be trading on in this way with such images, you move it. Law will catch up. And I think that we see examples of life moving faster than law.
I'd agree. Yes, I use the example of the UK rugby team, Exeter Chiefs. They withdrew their mascot, and they're now trying to control their supporters who give Indian chants, and it's just I'm a regular rugby goer, and it's just excruciating when you hear it. You think, no.
Right.
There's maybe a failure in the law, or it's not keeping up maybe with what is culturally acceptable these days.
Yes, absolutely. So whereas lawyers will know the law, business people need to know the law and culture.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a really interesting area. Thank you.
Anyway, lovely to see you, Caroline.
Yes, thank you too.
Any additional question from the audience in presence or online? If not, I would warmly thank our three speakers at this session, which is really at the heart of what we are thinking we should do for promoting the teaching of IP. We shall now do a 15 minutes coffee break. I shall apologize with the moderator of the next session, Professor Alison Firth, who will moderate from distance. We will start again in 15 minutes' time. I shall be still present at this very computer station, just in case there is any need to support Alison while she'll be the moderator. But for now, we break for 15 minutes. Coffee is served at the same place as this morning. For those who are not physically with us, we are sending you all our best wishes and an excellent Spanish cup of coffee from here, or even cup of tea. So all the very best, all our warm thanks to all the speakers who made the effort to connect from distance. So I declare the session temporarily closed, and we meet again in 15 minutes' time. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Hélène. Thank you, Manolo, for your presentation.
Thank you.
We did not make an applause to Ruth. Porque el moderador que está aquí puede controlar lo que pasa y entonces...
Claro, yo lo he puesto allí también. Lo que ocurre es que no, por ejemplo, ellos no sabían que al dejar de compartir el documento hay que cerrarlo para que se vea la webcam.
Sí, por eso.
Pero ahora ya tiene control con este, le he puesto el enlace.
Control,
Que, entonces se lo voy a dejar aquí pegado para mañana, ¿de acuerdo?
También, sí.
Para que mañana, lo voy a dejar aquí ahora, voy a eliminar esto.
Sí, porque para mí es ideal en el sentido que estoy trabajando todo el tiempo con Blackboard en mi propia universidad. Entonces para mí es perfecto, ¿no?
Copio.
No hay ningún...
Y entonces aquí le dejo el enlace que va a ser también para mañana, ¿de acuerdo?
Sí,
y así tiene acceso a... ¿Dónde estoy yo?
Adoración, te dejo a acompañar a todos los compañeros al café y yo verifico algo para la preparación de las sesiones.
Vale, entonces aquí...
Sí.
Archivo...
Me lo pone en el...
Aquí,
en el esto.
Aquí, este mismo lo abre, copia este y este es el enlace, ¿de acuerdo?
Perfecto.
O sea, lo que tenía que hacer es simplemente copiar,
pegar,
y pegar, y ya está.
Genial.
Se lo dejo aquí, ¿de acuerdo?
Aquí mismo, genial.
Sí, este que es nuevo documento, ahí le pongo. Entonces,
Genial.
usted tiene aquí desde aquí posibilidad
de controlar si pasa algo de...
Sí, porque yo lo hubiera hecho de otra forma, quiero decir, porque la gente que está presencial no hay problema. Este señor me acaba de dejar el PowerPoint.
Cada uno, sí, lo sé, cada uno hace su... Hello, Joe. We are going for the break now, and then
make sure
that your technology works, but with you I'm not worried.
Fingers crossed. Just want to make sure it's working.
That's
the one. Yeah. JSAC on. That's the one.
PowerPoint?
No, this one here.
Oh. Okay.
That's the one, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We go to...
Aquí
Just open it up, because I think I'm presenting first. Thank you. Thank you very much. So what do I do? Just... Is it working? And then let me just go... Okay. And then all from there?
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Cheers. Thank you.
Hi, if you can hear me, who's the moderator? Do you have
Joe, your moderator
is online.
Is online, and I need to have access to the screen.
Yep.
For the time I would introduce. Okay. Just let me do. And normally, I should get it from here. Okay. And I'll just say where.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. I can't do it so from here. So, dear participants, we have a very, very special honor. We have a session which is moderated remotely by Professor Alison Firth, who is one of the founders of EIPTN. She has played a key role since the first day of EIPTN and even of its British predecessor in constructing a network that serves IP teaching. Her contribution is immense, and this is one of the very rare occasions where we miss the physical presence of Alison, though we know that next year we will be able to embrace each other and be all together again as a family. But still, we are a family with some members who are distant. This session is very special because it is therefore moderated remotely, whereas 2 of the 3 speakers are present in the room itself. So I shall support you, Alison. You kindly accepted to be the moderator, and I shall support you from the room in case there is any need connected to connectivity issues. So I'll serve only as the backup guy. And of course, next to me, our IT team. So, Alison, the floor is yours. Well, it should be yours. I occupied it unduly, actually. But I just wanted to say how we are happy and that you are with us, even distant, and let's say make a toast to you.
Well, thank you very much, Laurent. I hope that everyone can hear me.
Yes.
And it's a great thrill to do this experiment. I hope it will be a successful experiment and a great honor. And I'm hugely grateful to the Carlos III University and all the organizers and supporters of this wonderful meeting. Now, we are getting a little bit behind time, I think, so I'm going to say very little myself before handing over to the speakers. And Laurent, I wonder, would it be fair to ask the speakers to limit themselves to 20 minutes each in the hope of, allowing a few minutes for discussion within that period as well, perhaps, and finishing more or less on time. I know there have been lots of excitements today. And for me, the thrill of seeing people in a real room, even on my screen, was immense. Now, on to this session. We've heard that things are changing exponentially in all sorts of ways, that collaboration is needed, and especially that IP should fit around the world rather than trying to, adjust or fit the world to IP. And I think our 3 speakers, 3 presentations today are going to be superb in that respect. We've got Joe Secon taking on an organization, reaching out. We've got Hernan Núñez Rocha talking about the use of open source technologies, and Caroline Coles on virtual reality. It's a great pleasure to welcome them all to the panel. We've got a program with some details of their background, and each speaker is welcome to say more. I suggest I hand over without delay to Joe. But before I do, can I say thank you for all the kind remarks, and particularly the kind remarks about Brexit. which is something I feel personally very sad about. And I can see that Joe is poised now to resume control of the screen. So over to you, Joe. Thank you. Could I ask everyone who's not speaking to mute their mics to cut out background noise, including my own? Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. I just wanted to sort of start with that, with the issue of Brexit. I just want to make absolutely clear that not everybody in Britain. Oh, can you hear me? A bit closer. Can you hear me now? Yeah, just a sort of a quick comment about Brexit. Not everybody in the UK voted for Brexit. There are still quite a few people who voted Remain. I'm going to talk today about entrepreneurship and IP. And I've always sort of been interested. Got to keep this closer. Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. I've always been interested in the relationship between industry and IP, and particularly entrepreneurship. And this is, I think, looking back, has led me inextricably to the role I've sort of taken on now, voluntarily with PatSnap. So I'm just going to sort of talk about that journey and also what I'm hoping to achieve in the future with PatSnap. But before I do, I just thought I'd give you a brief sort of backdrop to myself. I'm not as well known as Alison and some of the other people that have been an inspiration for my career, including Ruth and also Lauren himself. I'm a senior lecturer in intellectual property law at the University of Portsmouth. That's on the south coast of England. We have a much larger IP faculty on the other side of the south coast of England, which is Bournemouth University, who have several IP academics. I'm the only IP academic there. I also do some teaching at Bocconi with Laurent, and also at Paris Nanterre University, where I'm teaching IP as well. And again, that relationship between entrepreneurship and IP, I founded something called iPass, the Intellectual Property Advice Support Service. I received seed funding of about £30,000 back in 2012 to set up an IP clinic, because one of the gaps I saw in the market was at that time in the UK we were seeing an increase in the number of students and also academics who wanted to set up spin-out companies, and particularly with students, particularly with postdocs, who wanted to monetize their actual PhD topics. So I set up the clinic, and the purpose of the clinic was essentially to train IP law students to give basic advice and guidance to these PhDs. That led me on to being recruited by the NatWest Bank, which is a fairly large bank in the UK. They've set up an accelerator program across the UK, and I'm one of their IP mentors based in London. And then this led to working with the Innovation Academy, and this was absolute pure chance. I happened to do a podcast for PatSnap, and the chap I did a podcast with was one of the founding directors of PatSnap. And also our families come from a similar part of the world. So we had a discussion, and he was talking about the Innovation Academy and how we needed some academic input into its direction. And I'll talk more about that. But before I go on about that, I just wanted to lay some foundations as to what I mean by academic in residence. Along with teaching IP, I also am a work placement tutor for some of our law students. So I go to companies such as GSK in the UK, Nissan, and other big companies, and we place students there. And one of the things I've always thought is that universities are very keen to work with industry. So we are, most universities in the UK, and I think they're across Europe as well, if we have a director of a company who wants to do some teaching, we welcome them with open arms. But
the gap I saw was, well, okay, we want industry experts to come into companies, but what about the reverse? What about academics going into industry? So a few years ago, I started looking into this, and I think many people who are listening today will recognize the term of entrepreneur in residence. I think most universities in the UK, and I would suspect in Europe as well, they have entrepreneurs in residence. So these are individuals who've set up companies themselves, have been successful. They come into the university for a particular period of time, usually a semester or 1 day a week, and they advise students and also academics who are looking to commercialize their research. And then obviously you may have heard of the researcher in residence and industry experts. Essentially the same concept. You go to the organization and you add some value. But I'd never really heard of sort of an academic in residence. I'd kind of seen a couple of papers about it, but particularly nothing in relation to IP education. Now, and I've said this in previous EIPTN conferences, one of the individuals who presented today, Ruth, has been a real inspiration for me. So I've read a number of papers that she did, and I've also had discussions with her, and she's been passionate about taking IP education out of the business school, out of the law school, and to other faculties. And I've been a sort of a big supporter of that, because as we've all seen today, IP is everywhere. You know, every faculty, every organization is dealing with IP. So I started looking, you know, with my academic hat on, looking at the research in relation to academic in residence, and particularly in relation to IP education. And there doesn't seem to be much. And then talking to my network within industry, so companies such as Nissan, GSK, and so on, I then just asked a simple question: who undertakes your IP education at your particular organization? And the answer I got 9 times out of 10, IP education. Oh, I think we take some of our in-council patent attorneys who will then give a couple of hours to graduates or, you know, new recruits, or possibly to sort of software engineers, and give them the basics. And I'm pretty sure we know what the basics are: non-disclosure agreements, how you apply for a patent, and so on. So really it's not IP education and stuff. It's, as I've said in the slide, it's kind of like a need-to-know basis. So it's the absolute basics. And so I started thinking, I think there's possibly something here that I could exploit, and this is, I haven't set up a business or anything of that nature, but having set up the IP clinic and secured that funding, I kind of started thinking about sort of having an entrepreneurial mindset. What could I possibly do? Is there a gap in the market? And so when COVID, first, unfortunately took off, about 18 months ago, I started thinking about drafting a personal mission statement for myself. Started thinking about, well, okay, when I get to that time and I retire, what's going to be my legacy in terms of what I've done? Ruth can point to, disseminating IP education outside of the business school. So what could I do? So I came up with this: to widen access to IP education to constituencies beyond students in business schools, and to use innovative delivery models to reach such groups. Now, looking back, I've been doing this for a number of years. So I set up the IP clinic, and also some of you may be aware from previous EIPTN conferences, I've also really championed the use of social media to get the message out in relation to IP. So for those of you who are interested, I've got an actual account, iPass Official, and also a blog, which I haven't blogged on quite recently, been quite busy, but I've been doing that. So this academic in residence role really tied in with the direction of my career as I see it. and I'll talk about my work with PatSnap very shortly, but the work I'm trying to, or what I'm trying to initiate, is to complement what's already going on in the IP field. So, for instance, the very fact that we have these EIPTN conferences, where we can share best practice, and also my colleague Laurent and also Manuel, the Global Digital Encounters. That's been a fantastic initiative. We also have, as we saw today, the European Patent Office with their IP teaching materials. And then we also have in the UK a fantastic network, the Intellectual Property Awareness Network. So it was me just about trying to add some value and add something a bit different to what already exists, so sort of complementing what we've done. Let's see if I can bring that up. Hopefully this will work. Yeah. So I'm not sure if people had heard of PatSnap, and this is in Spanish, I believe, and my Spanish is not too good. Is there any way of turning this to English? Somebody can help.
Problem.
Sorry.
You have asked for the translation.
Oh, have I? All right, sorry.
I told you I do only how to do it in Spanish.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. So, so just to give you an idea of who PatSnap are. So PatSnap started as a very small startup. It's kind of like it's a software company, and it effectively provides innovation intelligence. So if you think of eSpaceNet or ASPASNet, the free patent database, so this kind of takes ASPASNet just to a whole different level. So it provides not only data about patents, this company provides data about patents, it provides also data about academic journal articles. So, again, I'm not here to advertise PatSnap, but just to give you an idea of what they do. So they just provide you with what they call connected intelligence. So if you are looking to apply for a patent, you do searches on this, and this will give you a complete picture. So then you can satisfy the criteria of a patent being new, inventive, and capable of industrial application, and so on. They also have offices around the world, as you can see, and they have some pretty big numbers in terms of customers and also the companies that they work with. And this was, for me, was quite interesting. Because you'll see it shortly, they've developed something called the Innovation Academy, which is their kind of digital platform, which provides free online courses about IP and innovation, not only to employees of these companies, but to the public at large. And, unbeknown to me, when I started the conversation with PatSnap, they've also become what we call a unicorn company. So their market valuation is in excess of $1 billion and growing. Oops, 1 second. Okay, so I think this might be in Spanish as well, actually. Now, what PatSnap have done is they've developed an online digital platform which they call the Innovation Academy. And as I said, it just offers a range of courses. Now, you'll see from there... Oh, it's in English, good. It's very much a work in progress. So as you'll see, there is no... learning and teaching framework to these courses at the moment. So what I mean by that is if at a UK university you wanted to offer a module, let's say on getting started with patents, one of the first things you'd have to do is firstly set up, well, okay, what are the learning outcomes for that particular unit? What are the aims of that particular unit? What's the assessment strategy for that unit? So one of the things that I'll be doing in my role as academic in residence is giving the Innovation Academy team, of which I think there's about seven or eight members of staff, is some direction in terms of, well, okay, how do we bring a university framework to your digital platform? Because their understanding prior to me joining was that simply they just offer courses, and that's it. And what I've been trying to explain to them is that it's not just about offering courses, it's about offering a journey to the people who register on this platform. Okay? So one of the things that we're championing at the University of Portsmouth is something called graduate hallmarks. So when a student leaves the University of Portsmouth, there are certain innate traits that we think we've built into them via the delivery of our courses. And those graduate hallmarks, or a variation of those, I want to bring to this digital platform. So when we have employees, or even my students who may want to go onto this platform, or any students from any of the universities represented here today, what they should be able to see is not just, here's a certificate for doing this module, but what I want them to see is, well, this is what you'll also gain, the soft skills. And I was having a sort of a few discussions this morning over coffee about the importance of soft skills when it comes to higher education. And that's exactly what I want to do here. So for each of these modules, and we're going to be offering more modules or courses, over the next, I'd say, 8 months or so, for each of those, there'll be aims and objectives, there'll be learning outcomes. This is exactly what you'll get from this module. And also, for some of the modules, there may be some form of assessment. And now, obviously, because of COVID, I think probably one of the only positive things that's come out of it is that academics have learned how to assess innovatively. Yeah. Not just an essay and a problem-based question, but there's other ways. So we're looking at other ways and how we can assess the completion of these courses. Because I think one thing my research has found, and talking to some of the people who've done these courses, is that a certificate is a very good idea. But a certificate after some form of assessment, they feel carries more integrity, carries more weight. So essentially, instead of having a certificate for attendance, it's a certificate for completion and, you know, a demonstration of your understanding, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm going to try to do. And again, these courses on the Innovation Academy are free to access to the public. So if your students want to go on there, they've just got to register. And again, another thing I want to start looking at once we've done the basic university framework for the academy is to start thinking about how can these courses be credit-bearing in some way. And in the UK, it's about speaking to individual universities and convincing members of the faculty there that if you do a course on the Innovation Academy, it will give you some credits. Now, the one thing I want to make absolutely clear is that the Innovation Academy is not a Trojan horse for PatsNap. They're not looking to recruit more clients or anything. They're just offering this in terms of this is what they just want to give back to the IP community, if that makes sense. So in a way, it complements the work of the EPO, which we looked at this morning. I'd say not the advantage, but one benefit of PatsNap is that, or working with a private company as opposed to sort of a non-governmental organisation, is that they will throw resources at this within a heartbeat. Because for them, this is very important to develop the academy and make it something which innovators and people in academia can use as and when required. So what's my role been so far? I've been very busy chairing panels over the summer for PATSNAP. So we actually had a fantastic panel discussion about the relationship between TTOs, tech transfer offices, and innovation. And I was able to recruit a panel of TTO officers from North America, Europe, and also the Far East. And that was an absolutely fantastic discussion. And all of these are available on the PATSNAP website. Also about generating ideas for IP and innovation courses. So I've done a course myself on my own interest and passion, which is startups and IP. And as I was saying just a few moments ago, and I just want to focus on the final point, providing that university framework. I mean, I've been teaching IP for about 20 years or so, and hopefully I'll add some value to PATSNAP in terms of what they do, because that's the gap they have within their own organization. They simply don't have that skill set in-house. And over the next 18 months, we're going to be looking at CPD accreditation of those courses as well. Because employees at Dyson, Tesla, and others, they want CPD accreditation. And again, it goes back to the difference between, do you want a certificate for attendance, or do you want a certificate for completion? And I would suggest that the latter carries more weight and is a big carrot for people to sign up. PATSNAP is just one organization. And again, there is a lot of work for me here, and I'm doing this pro bono voluntarily at the moment. But I hope, and I mean, I'm happy to speak to people over sort of dinner this evening and tomorrow. There are other organizations that I think we could approach, but I can't possibly do more than one. And it would be great to think about others also becoming academic in residence, and that role can be very flexible depending upon the organization. There's also, I feel anyway, I think I spend a lot of time thinking about creating new ideas and new concepts. So one thing I'm applying for, in the process of applying for, is a sabbatical at Portsmouth University in the UK, because I want to create effectively a digital campus for the University of Portsmouth. And that's a big kind of mission critical objective for the University of Portsmouth at the moment. And use all my learnings from the Innovation Academy to do that. And hopefully I think that will go through. We have a very accommodating dean at the business school and a vice chancellor, and hopefully that will happen. And also the EIPTN, we have a teaching IP for business and entrepreneurship working group, and that's doing some fantastic work under the leadership of Janice from the University of Nottingham, and hopefully I can add some value there. There may be, a course or a panel discussion that people here may, want to undertake. I would love to have a chat with you about it, because PATSNAP are absolutely super keen to get other individuals involved. So you don't just have to be an academic. You could be in another organization and you want to moderate a discussion on a topic. I mean, today, for instance, from some of the presentations, I could just see fantastic panel discussions that could take place. And if you are interested, then I'd welcome a conversation with you, and then I can have a chat with the Innovation Academy team, and literally we can get a panel discussion set up in days, time that suits you. And if you've got panel members that you want on board, then happy to do that. And also they can wheel in the CEO of PATSNAP and others, just to give it sort of extra credibility. I'm just going to give you an idea of the sort of the quality here, and I hate looking at myself anyway most of the time, so this is me, and apologies, I'm wearing the same suit again, So this is the kind of quality, and this is what attracted me to PatSnap in the first place. You know, we all have personal brands, and when I went to the University of Portsmouth, and before I went to PatSnap, and I said, look, I want to do some online courses, and they said to me, here's an iPad, go for it, go and do an online course. And it's not very professional, but you'll see here, so this is their offices in Chiswick in London, and they've now moved to Waterloo, but you'll see the quality of the filming, the backdrop and everything. Oh, can I? Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't know how to turn that off.
Sorry.
That's okay, Elson.
That's okay, Elson. Sorry.
I've overrun.
Okay, fine.
Well, may I suggest that we see if there's anyone on the online group who would like to ask a question, and perhaps then if we run out of time for other questions to Joe, we could encourage people to nab him at the social occasions and in coffee breaks and so on. So first of all, is there anyone who would wish to, now, is that Ruth with her hand up? I can't quite see.
So I see. No.
Laurent, over to you.
Question from the room? Yes, Ulrika has raised a question. Professor Van Ersten.
Thank you. Echo.
Okay, there is an echo. We will have to stand it for the time being.
Do I have to have the microphone then? Okay, thank you so much. Really interesting. But it raised a lot of questions, I think, also. So one of my questions is actually, at least at our university, we are talking about this like lifelong learning. That's the new thing. Everyone is talking about lifelong learning, and we have to provide courses within the university. There's actually commissioned courses, and company can come to us, and we just set up whatever they would like, and we will give it to them, and so on. And as this come in, at least in Sweden, to universities, there's also a limitation of what we can do as teachers, because then I cannot teach anything that could be commissioned, because that could be the universities. Can you maybe, because I was thinking, you were asking why actually academics is not in residence, and I was thinking maybe it's because it's too, complicated in a sense. What could be commissioned and what could be not be commissioned and so on.
Yeah, great question. So, one point I'd like to make, firstly, and then I'll sort of come to that, but just to give it some context. So, for a number of years, the main pressure on academic outputs has been the research assessment exercise. So it's been about research. Now we have something called the knowledge exchange framework. And there is a relationship between the two, because both are looking at academic outputs which have impact. So in my view, and speaking to sort of newly promoted professors at the University of Portsmouth, senior leadership teams at universities across the UK are looking at academics who add value other than just simply undertaking research and coming out with outputs, although that's very important. Now, I want to make absolutely clear, and again, going back to my sort of personal mission statement, I'm never going to be the type of academic who sits there and writes 4-star journal papers. I think I could, if forced to, do that, but my natural inclination is not to do that, is to try to have impact in other ways. I think in terms of the question you ask, it really does come down to individual universities and the outlook of deans and vice-chancellors. So our current dean is very keen on, of the business school, where the School of Law is based, is that we should be out there and really getting into the DNA of industry and working with them. And then speaking to a colleague of mine who was recently promoted to a professorship, he said that at the panel there were no questions whatsoever about his research. It was all about impact, and networking. I think if your university or the leadership team there are questioning, well, could this be commissioned, or should this be done internally, or there's that, then I think there's probably a bigger issue in terms of, do they really understand the meaning of impact in a wider sense, not just in terms of research. I don't think if I've answered that, and please, I don't think I probably have, but I think it really comes down to the individual relationships. So when I went to my faculty and I just said, oh, by the way, PatSnap are a $1 billion, you've got to pitch it in a certain way. They said, yep, go and do it. And I said, and also it would be I'd volunteer my time at the beginning. And also we have a concept at the University of Portsmouth called academic citizenship, which is basically saying, go and do things without asking for a workload allowance or payment. I'm happy to do that with PatSnap because I'm interested in entrepreneurship, and I love the journey that Jeffrey and Ray Chohan, the founders of PatSnap, have gone on, because this is something I want to do with my iPass clinic, and I've spoken about it for a number of years, about expanding the iPass brand, not just to be in Portsmouth, but take that model elsewhere. So for me, even if I wasn't paid, even if the university said, well, we don't really want you to do this officially, I would do this in my own time, because I can just see the value of it. And it goes back to, remember I was saying, when I retire at the end of my career, colleagues I look up to, Ruth, Lauren, Manuel, they'll have their legacies in place, and I want mine in place. And that, for me, is going to be working with industry, hopefully making Innovation Academy something, people go back and say, well, Joe was integral in making that happen. Really. I haven't answered your question, really, but I think it's really about the relationships. It's about and sometimes it's pure chance. I think if I would have had the dean that I had when I first started my university career, there's no way I could be working with PatSnap. It would be, no, you've got to do papers. You've got to do 4-star papers. But that's not in my DNA to sit there and do that day in, day out. Silence.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks.
Laurent, shall we ask the next speaker perhaps to begin on their presentation?
Indeed, and Hernan Núñez will now take the floor, and he will just upload his presentation from here. Perfect. I think, Joe, you're taking yours out? So I'll let you do the...
Mine's not in there. No, that's not right.
Yes, I don't know.
I think you may merit a big applause.
Yes, you should have done it, I don't know. We were so much concentrated that we didn't do it.
Thanks to Joe for his excellent talk.
He's so used to applause that we didn't even make it this time.
Oh, no.
Thank you very much.
Mine's out. I think it goes in front. I think so, yeah. Should come up on the screen.
So, to Alison and all online participants, we are just uploading the PowerPoint presentation of Hernan. So, Alison, I let you present, Hernan, and then we start right away.
Say well, it's coming up. Oh, here it is. That's marvelous. Just to say, of course, Hernan is a researcher at the University of Alcalá, which in the past has been a supporter of one of our wonderful events. So over to you, Hernan.
Okay. Thank you, Alison. Just 1 second. Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I want to thank and congratulate the organizers of this event, especially Professors Laurent Manderier, Yolanda Vergel, as well as the other members of the organizing committee and the authorities of Carlos III University. I'm very grateful to participate in this meeting, which offers the opportunity to learn about successful experience in the teaching of intellectual property. In my case, I will make a sui generis presentation, since it focuses in a project that took place outside of the academia, but had an important impact on IP teaching. That is why I have decided to call it the university beyond the academia. For this, I take as an example a high-impact project where I actively participate. Despite, as I said, the project was held outside of the university, it shows the creation of new IP teaching channels and the increase of academic quality indicators. So let's start with the presentation. I have divided it in 5 parts. For a better understanding, I will start making a brief contextualization. Later, I will refer to the project per se, named as Wikilaw. In third place, I will mention some general objectives achieved in the project. After that, I will mention the impact of the project in IP teaching. And finally, I will present my conclusions. So, what was the context? All started in 2013 in Ecuador, where several actors were discussing about the necessity of changing the public policies in order to start moving to an economy based on knowledge as an alternative to the exploitation of natural resources, like oil, which in that time represented about 50% of the Ecuadorian national budget. Then they began to talk about the need to promulgate new regulations on science, technology, innovation, intellectual property, traditional knowledge, among other topics. In the middle of that discussion, the IP was defined as one of the main tools needed for the transition to the knowledge economy. But there was a problem. Most of people were not familiar with intellectual property. Actually, most of stakeholders did not fully understand the importance of intellectual property, especially in the generation and use of new works and technologies. And there was an additional problem. Stakeholders who were aware of the importance of intellectual property were divided in 2 groups that had opposite views. One group saw the IP as a profitable tool for their creations and innovations, and the other group saw it as an obstacle for innovation. So, a group of teachers from a university came up with an idea. These teachers were from a university called EIN. They thought that it would be a good idea to design a wiki site about intellectual property, where everybody can learn and discuss. The site was developed jointly by the staff of EIN University and many other actors, as NGOs, professional associations, chambers, and public institutions. At that time, I was working in the Ecuadorian Patent and Trademark Office, which was one of the institutions that provided the content for the wiki. That's how I got involved. The wiki explains didactically all the IP rights and its main features, as well as its daily uses. Also, it explains its economic, scientific, and legal significance. Also, the project included a juridical analysis of the IP law in force at that time, as well as a proposal of a draft law. The site had a very basic design based on the Wikipedia interface, and it allowed to create an account, review the contents, edit certain texts, and create discussion forums. Let's see now what were the main achievements of the Wikilaw project. Generally speaking, the Wikilaw was a successful project. The site was online from 2013 to 2020. However, the period of greatest activity was from its launch in March of 2013 to October of 2016, when the new intellectual property law was approved by the Parliament. According to the wiki managers, in that period of time, there were more than 1.8 million visits and more than 38,000 editions. Additionally, the wiki site generated a domino effect, and suddenly the intellectual property was in the public opinion. As the patent teaching kid says, intellectual property was everywhere. Every month, you could find an event, conference, a workshop, debate, or interview about intellectual property. A survey conducted by the IP office reflected a growth in the news about intellectual property of more than 600% in the period of June of 2014 to June 2016. As we can see in the graphic, after the approval of the new IP law, the wiki continued online, but the users' interaction were gradually decreasing until 2020, when the wiki was switched off. Despite this, the impact generated by the wiki in their first years was gradually moved to other places in the remaining years. This is how it got to the academia. So, the wave of the wiki also reached the universities, which were one of the main receivers of the benefits of this project. Another area with benefits was intellectual property applications, but we won't talk about it today. Going back to the universities, if we analyze the statistics since the wiki was launched, we can identify a significant and constant growth. in the following aspects that I will explain. Just keep in mind that the numbers must be understood according to the Ecuadorian reality and cannot be compared with those of the European countries. There was an increase in the number of technology and innovation support centers that are located in the universities. Before the project, there was not any center according to the WIPO criteria. Today, there are 11 universities that have their own technology transfer office. Regarding the use of the IP into the universities, there is a growth that goes from 1.3 patent applications on average until 2012 to an average of 27.5 in the period of 2012 to 2019. Regarding the IP teaching, IP Masters programs increased from 1 to 5 nationwide. The number of IP courses in the curriculum of the universities also increased. Before the Wikilaw project, only 7 universities offered the course of intellectual property as an elective subject. Now there are 25 that have the course as a compulsory subject, and before it was only taught in the law school. Now there are IP courses in 8 different careers. And one last fact regarding final degree projects about IP, a study conducted in 5 Ecuadorian universities shows an increase of more than 300% since 2013. Well, we have come to the conclusions. As we can see, the Wikilaw project was not only a success by itself, but also generate several positive externalities. Many of them went to the academia, or let's say many of them went back to academia, since the idea to create a wiki about IP came from a university. I think there are many considerations left by the project. By my part, I will mention just some conclusions. Nowadays, the information technologies allow us to do great things without a big budget. In the case of the Wikilaw project, a generic website template with a basic functions was enough. It was not even necessary to get a hosting, since the page was hosted in the domain of the Ministry of Higher Education. The Wikilaw project is an example of the interaction between academia and society, which also generated an academic demand focused on issues related to intellectual property. This today may seem like a predictable effect, but at the time it was totally unexpected. So much so that the EIN University, which was the one that proposed the wiki site, has not incorporated the IP course into its academic curriculum, since the teachers who had the idea were not interested in the study of IP, because they proposed the wiki as part of another project that they were running about dissemination and the democratization of knowledge. Another important thing is that the project didn't have owners. After the idea was generated, many institutions got involved. And once the wiki was online, a huge collaborative work was generated. If we look at the interviews and the reports made about the wiki, there were many actors who felt part of the project. There is also several papers that describe the Wikilaw as a platform that allows to recover the public and common sense of knowledge throughout a collaborative work. However, the Wikilaw project is just one example, an example of the use of open source technologies in the dissemination of intellectual property. What is really important here is not the instrument, but the process. The process, what I am talking about, is the use of information technologies in order to spread the general aspects of IP rights and its daily uses. With this, it's possible to create a communication channel in two directions. On the one hand, the university can provide information to society. And on the other hand, the university could collect data about social and commercial needs. And with a proper understanding of these facts, the university could adapt its activities and curriculum to the expectations of the society. That was all. Thank you very much for your attention, and thanks again to the organizers for the invitation.
Well, thank you, and that was fascinating and powerful and concise. And there's one comment from our online participants. Caroline says a fantastic achievement and obvious community value, but she has no questions. I'm sure there will be questions. I can't see any questions from others on the online attendance list. Unfortunately, Helen has had to go to another engagement. But thank you for giving us your email links. I'm sure we'll be in touch to see if other similar projects can be achieved. And what astonishing demonstration of impact. Laurent, may I hand you over for a few minutes to...
With pleasure, with absolute pleasure. And I shall, we thank warmly Hernan again and Joe, both of you. And we thank our moderator for her splendid involvement and participation. At this very stage, I would wish to give the floor to Caroline Coles, who has the very difficult burden to be the last speaker of the day. So, but we know Caroline in our IP family, so we are sure that you will manage to keep the level of attention high. Caroline, I give you the floor right away. Same rule, 15 minutes as we are a bit late. We warmly thank again Alison for her really, for the time she could dedicate despite the fact that she had to be distant this time. Thank you. Caroline, the floor is yours. Caroline Coles. Can you hear us? Caroline, can you hear us? Caroline, could you hear us? You are moderator.
She had some problems with the connection.
Oh. To me, I see her as moderator from my screen here. Because I see her online. Let's see. Yes, all of you are moderator, of course, but I see Caroline with a good level of connection. Okay, Caroline, you should activate your webcam back as earlier when we could see you, and you have a good quality connection. So we are expecting your company. Okay. Caroline, so please stop sharing your screen.
Yes, I think a message from Caroline to stop sharing your screen, Laurent, and then she may be able to appear. Thank you.
Now, is it okay with you? Caroline, is it now okay with you? Perhaps I should close the presentation here from Hernan. Yes, Caroline, you are now appearing from the UK and we can watch you and listen at you. No, we can't listen at you. Please activate your microphone. I can see her from here. Ah, that's a bit annoying. Uh-huh. Can you see her? No. Uh-huh. You should switch on your mic. Because we see your mic as being off. I can. It is on, but I'm being blocked. No, for us it's off.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, but I still can't enter into the screen. It's probably the evening when people are, it gets more bandwidth and you get more users in the evening, so we'll probably have a bit more difficulty this time of night. Is anyone able to load my my presentation? Because I can't, I'm being blocked from sharing my screen.
She has the same problem. She's not sharing the screen probably. She's sharing just the application.
You should go to the square button next to the purple button, the second one, and there you should have your PowerPoint already opened. Do share screen. And then click again on your.
The screen is full of somebody else's sharing their screen.
No, nobody is sharing now. Nobody is sharing now the screen.
Oh, that's it. No, yeah, okay. I can't. I've got my. I'll reload it. I might have to come out and reload.
But you don't need to. You don't need to actually log out, because probably you could do either share screen or share the file, but the file takes a little while.
Yeah, I've done that, but it won't load. I've shared the file.
Which will take a little while.
Maybe we should show her, because she's able to see your screen, how to share the screen.
Caroline, if you can see me, you.
No, I can't see. No, I can't see you. I can see everybody. That's the problem. I can see all of the screen.
She can see the screen, so that's the important thing.
Okay, you can see the screen.
Yeah, whoever's moving their cursor around the screen now, that's the person that has control. So who's moving the cursor around the screen at the moment?
No, many people may move the cursor along the screen.
Right, okay.
So right, if she goes here.
Yeah, you coming from the top, there is the second box is said share screen, share application, share screen.
I'm being blocked by whoever is sharing their screen at the moment.
No, nobody is sharing the screen currently.
They are, because that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing somebody's screen at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing UC3M.
You should do share screen and have your PowerPoint already opened. PowerPoint already opened. Then you go to share screen. Then you see you with many, many images, and you click on it. And then you share the screen.
I don't think it's going to work, I'm afraid, because I can't get rid of the screen. I'll try reloading it, but I'm seeing somebody's screen. The person who's moving the cursor around the screen at the moment, I'm seeing theirs. I don't know if you are able, because I've loaded my file onto the system. So can you load my file, because it's in the system at the moment.
This is what she says. Yes, this is what she says. Yes. She's being uploading it. Already done. The alternative, I don't know, Caroline, the alternative is that you run your presentation without, or we can upload it from here.
I can see you, right, that's better. I can see just you now, so that's probably better.
Okay.
I am being asked to reload the session on my side, but I think I don't really need to. Are you able to load my file? Because it's in the program, Lauren, already. If you go into files, if you go to share files.
No, I cannot share your file.
Can you not? It's in there. I've loaded it into the system, so it should be there. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can
Joe, can you see it in the list of files? It's
okay, what is the name of the file?
Yeah, that's it. It's in
EIPTN calls. Okay, let's try to see whether it works.
Yeah, share.
Share. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. And start with yeah.
Yeah.
Select the first one. Yeah.
That's it.
We made it.
That's fine. Okay. Now I don't have control, I think, so I'm not. Oh no, that's it. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Right. Well. Okay. Yeah. We're ready. I think I've lost being a moderator. I think that's the problem. Okay. Right. So are we okay? Can we start?
Yes, I propose we start right away, so 15 minutes maximum, and then we make the comments.
Okay, great.
The discussion.
Okay, lovely. So, yes, hello everybody. I'm so sorry that I can't be with you here in person today. And I'm sure that we've all had a really stimulating day with lots of fascinating ideas. So I propose to be quite brief with mine this evening. My focus, rather like Joe, looks at the role of the linkage between IP teaching and industry. And my focus is on our students learning through them being engaged with their learning. And a key way of getting them engaged is through those commercial skills that Joe has been talking about earlier on, in the context of our very new world, which Aurelio talked about early on. This idea of the fourth industrial revolution and the transformational changes that that's bringing. Now, as we know, what I've been talking often in EIPTN is what's called situated learning. So learning by doing. And the best way for the skills to develop, I find, is by the students getting involved in something. The idea of situating their learning in a task. And a particular focus in all of that is to try and ensure that their education is inclusive. We have a very diverse student body here in the UK, and so to make sure that all the challenges that our students come up against are met with this skills-based engaging environment. So, I was wondering to talk to you about three things, a few sources here that you see on the slide, or on the previous slide, a few sources on the slide. I'm going to move it back. Oh yeah, I can move it. a few sources here on the slide. Some of the reflections on that with my own teaching design, and then thirdly, my plans for my future practice. One of the things that Aurelio talked about was skills in what part of the modern era. We've got this transformational impact on all our society of artificial intelligence, of digital literacy, and we've got some useful reports there that you may like to have a look at. The engagement statistics on the last slide, comments by writers such as Susskind and Selden about the impact of artificial intelligence on the practice of law. And I know there at the EIPO, you've got quite a lot going on about artificial intelligence with the Learning Portal and also the IP5 passport. So given that we've got this transformational impact occurring with the Fourth Industrial Revolution, what impact is that going to have on the skills that our students need to develop? And if those are different, are we going to teach them in slightly different ways? Now, I'd be interested in your views on this. So if you can carry on during dinner, that would be interesting. If you can like to tell me about it, my Twitter account is at Carrie Coles. So C-A-R-R-I-E, Coles, NTF. I don't know if you can write that up somewhere. So as we're not able to use the chat facility, then I'd be interested in views from other people on, do you feel that new skills are going to be required? I think some will be the same. We're still going to need application of the law, we're still going to need problem solving, and indeed critical thinking. However, it's my calculation that there will also be some different. There are going to be different skills that are needed for our students to engage with the creators of intellectual property and with industry. I think some of those will be a higher entry level for technical skills in terms of managing the new technology, the new software, the new artificial intelligence that's coming along. And also in a nice link to what Ruth was talking about, and also heightened awareness of the ethics and diversity that's needed. So all these thoughts of mine, the idea that our skills, some of our new skills will be needed because the world of business and IP creation has changed, how are we going to teach those new skills? Given my core statement that it's the skills that drive the engagement of the students in their learning. And one of those comes from the use of virtual reality. Now here was an example, I've looked at a few of these examples from colleagues, because I'm not aware of some of these being used a great deal at the moment with IP teaching, so I was looking around at some different examples. And here we have an example from a colleague of mine actually at the Montfort University, who partly in response to the pandemic produced a virtual reality film of one of his product design labs. Now, for this, you needed a 360-degree camera, and
and it did need the tutor to be on site at one time to take the picture. But also using a free piece of software called Beak, is able to edit the 360-degree camera film with some pop-out products that are some pop-out learning tools that are there. So I can't show you this as a video at the moment, but what's happening is that there is a camera that moves around the situation. This is the situation learning, moves around the particular area and shows the students the areas that they're looking at. And when the student approaches the individual area, they can click on some of those pop-out areas. So that's one of the ways that my colleague used it. And then further, using the software, you can also link to other events. So you can embed QR codes to provide more information. So that way the use of skills is being used to develop a greater amount of substantive information. So you have skills and IP being included all together. So that was the idea of virtual reality that I saw from another discipline. And then a third type of teaching tool was something that's a little bit more complicated, and this was something that was adopted again in a totally different product area, that of City University in London, working with the Stroke Association for the treatment of aphasia. This is the loss of language skills by people who have had a Now they had substantial funding for the software designers, but actually the software for the community was free. And what they created was a virtual reality world called Eva Park, and there's the link to the project at City University itself. So they created this virtual world for the practice of skills. So the people the users had very little computer knowledge, but they were able to enter this artificial world and note that this is a world limited just to a selected group of people. So you can see it looks, if you're familiar, it looks not dissimilar to Second Life, the global virtual reality world, which led to some rather avant-garde type populations. This was a restricted access just to the people who was involved in it. So they would enter the world and do their practice of skills, and that way become a lot more engaged with their learning. So you see here, I've been seeing from the world of other subjects, the idea of how skills can be introduced in a situation, in a learning by doing, and that gave me thought to how we could use it in IP. I'm also going to scroll back just to one more that I covered, I passed over, and it's the idea that in practice, you may be, I'm sure you're aware of one of the big pieces of technology. It's in over 300 firms now, called Luminance. This is a tool driven by artificial intelligence, which modern lawyers are using at the moment to look at contracts, to assess risk, all based on algorithms that the software designers have put in. So, and if this is being used increasingly by lawyers, as many are using it at the moment, what does that mean for the teaching of our skills? And this is where the idea of a heightened technical awareness of what's going on, a greater digital literacy, but also the idea of, because this is an automaton at the end of the day, it is a piece of computer software, the level of criticality that I would suggest of our students will need to be higher. Not the computer will be generating a set of results, but we all know how computer-generated value judgments, going back to Ruth's ethics statements again, we need to treat with caution. So we've got this highly sophisticated now piece of software that's producing the data, that's producing, and machine learning, producing these solutions. But the question is then, but is that the right decision? Is that the ethical decision to take? So if we've got the lawyers using these, how are we going to incorporate it into our teaching of IP? Do we need to? And I think that's something that we now need to think about. So what, moving forward, what my future practice is going to be, in order to develop the students' skills that they will need for the modern community, the modern economy, the fourth industrial revolution economy. I've purchased one of the 3D computer, 3D camera, and I'll take it into certain situated learning environments. And imagine taking it into a graphic art studio and showing the process of the creation of copyright, the mood boards, the influences. I could take it also into product designers and again see the process to show the students what's happening, or indeed into software houses. I've bought the SeekBeak software. There is a free, a basic version in free access, but there is a premium purchase version to add in those pop-up exercises for the students. I'm also in discussion with Luminance for their link with universities in a way that in the business world, the Bloomberg people fund simulated trading floors in Bloomberg suites in many universities, in many business schools. The question arises, if we're going to have simulated trading floors for the business community, do we need Luminance and other AI software designers to produce something similar for our universities, so that the students coming out will already be ready for this new world? Now that was a quick run through it. So on the, but what there is I'm going to give a plug for the book that several of us in the EIPN are getting together to produce. And the book is going to be called Teaching IP Strategy and Management. And Ruth and Sabine Jack are editing it. So there's a bit more on what I just talked about within the book, which is going to come out later on. So a rapid run through that I'm working on to adjust my teaching practice. So I shall end there. Thank you very much.
So, are there any questions for Caroline? I don't see any in the chat for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't see any from the chat. Any question from the room? Please? Manuel? No? None. So you had the honor to close the session today, which was a very difficult task, so it was a fascinating moment for all of us. So I'm so happy that you could make this presentation. Technology was our ally, our last-minute ally, and therefore we are super, super happy that we can conclude with success this session and this day. I warmly thank all the speakers of this the current session. I warmly thank again our moderator, our real moderator who has come back, Alison. And for all those who are in distant from us, while we will have dinner together, we will think of you. We will really miss you, and we can't wait for having you with all of us next year. So have a nice evening. I declare the first day of the conference closed, and then all participants will meet for the dinner later.
Alison's got a question there.
Sorry?
But actually, my question was merely to thank you, Caroline, for that fascinating and whistle-stop tour of, you know, you proved technology is a benefit in the end. And we've got so much to think about this after this whole fascinating day. So could I take the opportunity to thank everyone, particularly to thank Laurent for keeping us all together so well, and also for everyone involved in technical support. So thanks, Caroline, and thanks, Laurent, and thanks everyone.
Have a lovely evening, everybody. I wish I was with you. And next year, Laurent, lovely to see you then.
Have a nice evening.
Yes, you too. Take care.
Yes, we use the same link tomorrow. For those who reconnect tomorrow, we use exactly the same link. So we are looking forward to spending a Saturday together. All the very best.
Lovely. Super. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye to all of you. Okay. So I have to stay here. We will... Gabriele, if since you are in a central position, can I ask you to make a picture with the two presenters of this session, so that we still have... Yes, yes, so that they be in the archives of...
As a proof.
As a proof.
So